Hello po, good morning po sa lahat. This is from PRN po. I'd like to remind all of the students po na pagka nag-start na po si Dean Castillo, kindly put your name on the chat box para po sa inyong attendance. Again, pagka nag-start na po si Dean Castillo about his lecture po, palagay po ako sa chat box ng ating full name na nakalagay po sa dulo, I log in. Thank you po.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning din.
Good morning, sir.
Din, bigay lang po ulit ako ng instruction doon sa mga bagong dating.
Go
Okay?
ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Sige, salamat po. To all cream students po, palagay na lang po ako ng, doon sa mga bagong dating po ha, palagay po ako ng name ninyo sa ating chat box. Again, full name po ang ilagay natin sa ating chat box for your attendance po. Maraming salamat po. Din, thank you po.
Welcome, sir. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay na ba kayo? Okay, okay. Meron nang sumagot. So, ibig sabihin, someone hears me. So, can you see the presentation? Can you see the presentation?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you. If somebody is replying. Please, guys, if I ask question, please answer kasi I do not know whether you heard me or not. Okay. So this is your first lecture on your CEP, or Criminology Enhancement Program, or the course audit. So my assignment for today is to discuss to you law enforcement organization and administration. Organization and administration constituting 15% in the BLEC, or the Board Licensure Examination for Criminologists, under the provision of Republic Act 11131. So by the way, I'm Dr. Rodolfo V. Castillo Jr. and the incumbent second member of the Continuing Professional Development for Criminology Professional Regulation Commission. So anyway, I have the first-hand knowledge about Leia because I used to be the chairperson of the committee who crafted the table of specification for the Leia. So dito sa 2022 Criminologist Licensure Examination, kayo ang first na user nagtang bagong curriculum. So ako ang lead author dito sa Law Enforcement Administration, which we reduce into 15% kasi nga in-increase yung criminology, yung dating sociology of crimes and ethics ginawa natin 20%. At saka siyempre yung CDI ginawa rin 20% at itong LEA ay 15% na lang. So ako yung lead author dito sa table of specification nito. So itong binigay natin itong binigay natin na points dito sa LEA. So you will notice we give equal percentage to these five subjects. Law enforcement organization and administration, that is 20 points or 20 items ang itatanong dito. Comparative models in policing, 20 items. Introduction to industrial security concepts, 20 items. Law enforcement operations and planning with crime mapping, at saka leadership, decision making, management and administration. So eto guys, ang ito ang tawag dito, ang coverage ng LEA. So 15% ito pag nag-take kayo ng board examination. So the topic that I will discuss today is law enforcement organization and administration. We will I will deliver the lecture from supposed to be from 8 to 5. From 8 to 5. So kaso nga lang medyo na-delay ng konti dahil medyo mahirap na sumagap ng intercon ng connectivity. So ito medyo nakakita ng magandang connectivity kaya nandirito na tayo ngayon. So yun guys, yun ang coverage niya. And then I will lecture from 8 and then sa 10 o'clock. Pagdating ng 10 o'clock, we will have a break of 10 minutes. Pagkatapos ng break natin ng 10 minutes, so mag-resume tayo ng 10, and then later on, yung break time ulit natin for lunch break is 12. So after ng 12 na lunch break, so we'll resume at 1 o'clock. And then pagdating naman ng 3 o'clock, I'll give you another 10 minutes na break. And then 3:10 we'll resume up to 5 o'clock. So the lecture will be delivered, and you can ask question by means of typing it in the chat box kasi titingnan ko naman yung chat box. Or if you do not want to type it in a chat box, you can directly ask questions but after the lecture na. So pwede kayong magtanong, isulat nyo muna yung tanong ninyo. Pagkatapos na isulat, and then siguro sa break time, titingnan ko sa break time, pwede kayong magtanong bago ako mag-start na mag-lecture sa after ng break time. Pwede kayong mag-raise ng tanong verbally. So ganoon ang magiging setup natin. I will not call a name, hindi ako mag-recitation because it is time consuming and napakahirap na makakuha ng connectivity. Kaya dire-diretso ang pagle-lecture. So I hope that everything is clear. And of course, pagkatapos nito, wala naman tayong examination because your examination will be on the prelim, midterm, at saka sa final examination, which will be administered by your school. So, yun lang instruction, and probably I will start lecturing. Accessory. So we'll start on the basic concepts and principles on policing. So, of course, lagi namang ganon, we start on the basic concept so that we can have a foundation of what we are discussing. So, the word police, kasi you will see, law enforcement, bakit police? Take note guys, the word law enforcement, the words law enforcement are always used interchangeably with the concept of police. So, kasi when we speak of law enforcement, we are referring to the police. But here in our country, pag sinabi nating police, we are referring to the PNP. And the law enforcement pertains to the group composed of several organizations that are bound to enforce the law. So we have various law enforcement agencies in our country, but we all know that the premier law enforcement agency is the PNP, the biggest at saka the premier law enforcement agency is the Philippine National Police, considering that it has the broad jurisdiction, it has a broad area of powers or authority. Unlike itong ibang law enforcement agencies, yung NBI, yung PDEA, yung Bureau of Immigration and Deportations, yung Bureau of Fire and Protection, yung yung Philippine Coast Guards. So those are the law enforcement agencies with specialized or special jurisdiction. Limited lang ang kanilang jurisdiction. Okay? Mga special lang na mga cases ang pinaghahawakan nila. Unlike dito sa PNP, all cases guys, hawak ng Philippine National Police. Kaya you will notice that most of the topics that we'll take is all about PNP. Is all about PNP. Dahil ang PNP guys, ang law enforcement organization dito sa atin na may pinakamalawak na jurisdiction. Hindi lang jurisdiction in terms of place, but jurisdiction in terms of mandate. Napakalawak ng mandate niya. So, kaya almost 90% of our discussion will be spent on discussing about the premier law enforcement agency, which is the Philippine National Police. Okay? So, the police, guys, was derived from the Greek word politia, which means a government of a city. Okay, which means a government of a city. Okay, upon the fall of the Greek Empire and the rise of the Roman Empire, they borrowed the term politia. Okay, which we're adapting the same concept or adapting the same meaning. So in the Middle French, they called it police. Okay, which refer to the public order assured by the state. Police, okay, or public order assured by the state. In the modern French, they modify it into police, which refer to the civil force responsible for maintaining public order and enforcing the law. So naging civil force na, naging organization na responsible for maintaining public order and enforcing the law. Subsequently, it was defined as a body of armed men which as an institution is capable of exercising its duties by armed physical forces in the preservation of peace and order, detection of crime, and the execution of laws. It became law enforcer, guys. It became law enforcer. So, in the recent time, they define police as public officials with the extraordinary powers of arrest who performs the direct police service. So, naging ganun na ang naging definition ng word police. It became public officials with the extraordinary powers of arrest who performs the direct police functions or police services. Why extraordinary? That's the term. Why extraordinary? Extraordinary because only the police guys and other law enforcement agencies are given the powers to execute warrant of arrest. Okay? So, the warrantless arrest can be made by either the law enforcement officers or by the citizens, or anybody who saw that the crime is committed in their presence, yung tinatawag natin na in flagrante delicto arrest, yung tinatawag natin na hot pursuit arrest, at yung tinatawag natin na arrest of prisoners. This can be made by either the police or by the citizen. Okay, but not the execution of warrant of arrest because it is only vested upon law enforcement officers. Kasi yung order ng court is intended only or directed only to law enforcement officers. That what makes the the law enforcement officers or the police has an extraordinary powers of arrest. And of course, yung mandate nila to perform direct police services. So yan guys ang genesis ng word na police. Okay, so let us continue. The theories of police service. There are two theories of police service. We have the continental theory and we have the home rule theory. In the continental theory, policemen are considered as servants of higher authorities. People have little or no share at all in their duties, nor any direct connection with them. This is prevailing among the continental countries like France, Italy, Spain, which follows centralized pattern of government. So yan ang nasa continental theory of police service. That the law enforcers or that the policemen guys are servants of the higher authorities in that people have no or little share at all in their duties, nor any direct connection with them. So in these theories, guys, the policeman uh, only wait for the order of the higher authorities on what they would do, on what they do. So nag-aantay lang sila ng order. And of course, they are not mandated to render miscellaneous services that would redound to the benefit of the public. So these are prevalent in France, Italy, Spain, which the government follow what we call centralized pattern. Pag sinabi nating centralized, it means that the power of the government emanated from the top. Nag-iisa lang, unitary. Pagkatapos unitary, and the authority of the government emanated from the top, which are cascaded to the lower echelon of the government. So yun ang sinasabi natin na continental theory. Sa home rule theory naman, policemen are servants of the community who depend for the effectiveness of their functions upon the express wishes of the people. So, policemen are civil employees whose primary duty is the preservation of public peace and security. And these are practiced, guys, in England, in USA, which follow the decentralized pattern of government. Okay, pag sinabi nating decentralized, the running of the government is fragmented. You will notice in US that the United States of America is divided into states. Kasi federal states into federal states. And then each state has its own autonomous government. Okay, yung mga mayor led by mayor, governor, and every states maintain their own police organizations. So wala naman siguro kayong narinig na US policemen or US police. Okay, so hindi national, kundi naka-state. Okay, it is divided into state. For example, the New York maintain its all New York Police Department. Okay, Boston maintain its Boston Police Department. So Los Angeles maintain its Los Angeles Police Department. So fragmented or this is due to the decentralized pattern of their government. Now, sir, paano tayo? Ano tayo? You will notice, guys, that we are former colony. The Philippines is a former colony of Spain. Likewise, we are also a colony of the US. So, dalawa. So, ngayon, paano? So, pinagdaanan natin itong continental theory at yung home rule theory. So, therefore, our police system is a combination or a mixture of continental and home rule theory. How our authorities mix it? Okay, kasi you will notice our government is centralized. Since centralized siya, ang nangyari, sinunod natin yung continental in terms of structure. Yung struktura ng ating police organization ay continental, centralized. So you will notice, yung sinasabi ng ating constitution, sinasabi ng Article 16, Section 6 ng 1987 Constitution, that the state shall establish one police force that is national in scope and civilian in character, to be administered and controlled by the National Police Commission. And it further says that the authorities of local government units over the police that are assigned in their area of jurisdiction shall be provided by law. So, sa organization, continental tayo, pero pagdating sa nature ng police service, guys, home rule tayo. Kasi ang ating mga police officers are civil employees. And they are mandated, guys, to serve the people. Preservation of public peace and security. So, in short, guys, kinumbine natin yung dalawa. Ang organizational structure natin based sa continental, that is centralized, kaya meron tayong isang PNP lang na mandated ng ating constitution na i-establish. At ang kanyang role ay mag-preserve ng public peace and security. So, yun guys, ang nature niya. Yun ang nature niya. So, let us proceed. The concepts of police service. We have the old concept and we have the modern concept. In the old concept, guys, police organization is a repressive machinery whose main function is to place law violators in jail. Punishment is the only instrument of crime control, and the yardstick of police efficiency is the absence of crime. So, or is the absence of, the yardstick police efficiency is more on arrest. Okay. Naliligaw na ako. So, sa old concept, guys, policemen or police organization is considered as a repressive machinery. Okay? It is created in order to arrest the criminal, to confront the criminal. Reactive ang kanilang approach. So, meron tayong police organization to confront the criminal when the crime is already committed. So, yan ang konsepto ng old concept. Their main mission is crime control. And of course, the efficiency of the police can be measured through the number of persons arrested, committed a crime, and arrested. They don't care about prevention, but rather the concern of the police is to arrest the criminal. So yan ang nasa old concept. Sa modern concept, sir, saan applicable yan? Halos lahat applicable yan. Kasi ang prevention, ang modern concept na lang, later on na lang yan eh. Panahon na lang yan ni Sir Robert Peel. Kailan pa yon? Parang 1829 pa yon nagkaroon ng ganong modern concept of police service where the approach is more on crime prevention. Sa modern concept, police service is an organ of crime prevention whose function is to provide the community with services, social services. And its objective is the welfare of the individual and society. The yardstick of police efficiency is the absence of crime. So yun ang nasa modern concept. Sir, ang tanong is, what concept that our law enforcement system or our policing system adopts? Primarily, guys, we adopt the modern concept. Okay? Primarily, we adopt the modern concept. Our law enforcement organization, first and foremost, is established to prevent crime and maintain peace and order. However, when the crime is still committed in spite or despite of the effort, relentless effort of our police organization to prevent them and to maintain peace and order, then the secondary role is to arrest those criminals, find those criminals and arrest them and bring them before the bars of justice. Kaya makikita nyo, di ba, you learn from your police operation that the yardstick or the yardstick, the tawag dito, the backbone of police organization is patrol, di ba? You learn that the backbone of police organization is patrol, considering that almost half, the largest unit in police organization is patrol. Halos kalahati or more than half of our police personnel are assigned in patrol duties. Are assigned in patrol duties. Kasi nga, ang main na ano natin, ang main na concern natin is the prevention of crime. Prevention of crime, maintain peace and order, and provide social services to our fellow men. So yun guys, ha? Modern concept primarily ang ating pina-follow, but of course, we still adapt the old concept. Next one, the objectives of the police. So what are the objectives of our police? First objective is to make sure that there is an order in the community. So yan talaga guys ang main function ng government. Ensure that there is an order in the community. Okay, mapayapa. Okay, our activities are being conducted or performed peacefully to protect the lives and limbs of every member of the community. Okay, so to protect the properties of the citizenry and to render appropriate assistance to other government office concerned. So these are the objectives. And take note guys that these objectives are basically the objective of the government itself. Okay, this is basically the objective of the government itself. So yung ensuring order. Okay. Another one is the police functions, the basic police function. There are more functions, but of course, it revolves around these three. Number one, crime prevention. When we speak of crime prevention, guys, it refers to an activity or functions that are directed at the elimination or reduction of the desire to commit crime. So, ayun. So, how can they eliminate or reduce the desire? By means of educating the public on how not to become victims of crimes. So dito sa crime prevention, they or the police guys are trying to educate the public, provide the public with the necessary know-how. Okay, know-how to avoid themselves victimized by criminals. Okay. Another one is crime control. And activities that refer to the control or neutralization of criminal activity. How? How the law enforcement organization control crimes? By means of enforcing the law. Okay, particularly the criminal or penal law. So, yun ang paraan nila to control crimes. Pag-i-enforce ng criminal law. So in short, sa crime prevention, okay, the crime is not yet committed, and the police guys discourage the criminals, stop the criminals from committing a crime. Dito sa crime control, the crime is already committed. The crime is already committed. And the law enforcement or the police find that criminals and contain them so that they would no longer victimize others para hindi na sila makapambiktima. How? Ay siyempre by means of arresting them and bring them to the prosecution, bring them to the courts, and the courts will decide whether they are guilty or not, and right after that, they will be separated from the community by means of, probably by means of imprisonment, or if there is a death penalty, by means of executing them so that they would no longer victimize others. With that, the safety of the people will be assured. So yun ang crime control. Another one is regulations or control of non-criminal conduct. Okay. So regulations done by enforcing rules and regulations and ordinances, all aimed at achieving a desired uniform standard of activity among members of society. How can they do this? Ano bang example ng regulations or control of non-criminal conduct? Let us cite as an example yung present situation natin ngayon. So, in order to contain the spread of the disease of the coronavirus, of the virus, our government requires that people who get out of their respective homes or respective abode shall wear face masks, shall wear face shields, shall observe physical distancing, shall observe physical distancing. So, obviously, many people are not cooperating to that rules. Ayaw nilang masyadong makipag-cooperate kasi nga it's too inconvenient on their part. So in order to ensure that people follow it, okay, we deploy policemen on the streets in order to oversee that people are following or obeying such protocol. So, yun ang sinasabi natin na regulations or control of non-criminal conduct. Hindi naman crime. But of course, by means of policemen on the streets, people will be cautioned. They will be constrained to follow it, to follow the rules. Okay, to follow the protocol because they knew that there are authorities that have the power to accost them. Worse, to arrest them if they refuse. So, yan ang sinasabi natin na regulations or control of non-criminal conduct. So, the three general categories of police activities. Pagka-graduate ninyo, okay, you will be joining, most of you will be joining with the uniformed services. Most of you will be joining with the uniformed services, law enforcement agencies, or any public safety services. When you join with the law enforcement agencies, particularly the PNP, you will notice that there are three general categories of activities you are doing there. Una, yung tinatawag nilang line or sometimes they called it operation, or sometimes they called it field functions, sometimes they called it primary functions. So ano ba itong tinatawag na line or operation or field functions or primary functions? So this refers to the functions that aims to accomplish the main objective of the organization. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng line. Ito yung function na pini-perform to accomplish the main objective of the organization. So halimbawa, ano ba ang main objective ng law enforcement? Ano ba ang main objective ng police organization? Ang main objective niya, of course, is to safeguard the community. How? By means of preventing crimes, by means of controlling crimes, by means of regulating non-criminal conduct. Kung yun ang function niya, yun ang function ng organization, sino ang gumagawa noon? Direct na gumagawa noon. Sino ang direct na gumagawa noon? Siyempre, ang pinaka-workhorses natin dyan, pag tinawag natin na crime prevention. So, ang main na, at saka yung tinatawag yung crime prevention, at saka yung tinatawag natin na regulation of non-criminal conduct. Sino ang nandiyan dyan? Yung patrol. Yung patrol. Pag sinabi natin na crime control, sino ang gumagawa noon? The investigations. Okay. So, yung traffic. Okay. Order maintenance ang traffic eh. Vice and juvenile control. All of these guys are activities that directly accomplish the main objective or the main function of the police. So ang tawag sa kanila is line or operations, field or primary functions. Katulad ninyo, mga criminologists later on, most of you guys will be joining with the law enforcement. At syempre, mas mag-enjoy kayo kung nasa line kayo. Okay, nasa field kayo. Okay, kasi yun ang inyong orientations. Yun ang inyong pinag-aralan. So, another one is secondary, or sometimes they called it auxiliary or service functions. So, pag sinabi natin secondary, auxiliary, or service functions, it refers to the functions, guys, that provide support to the line functions. That provide support to the line functions. Halimbawa, records, property, yung sa jail. Kasi pag naka-aresto kayo ng tao, where will you temporary detain that person while you are processing his case? May jail ang bawat station, yung tinatawag natin na lock up. When you investigate, when you collect, for example, physical evidence, okay, who will examine that physical evidence to provide you with the necessary interpretation? So the crime laboratory, who shall maintain the communication system between you in the field and in the office? The communication. So, yan ang sinasabi natin na secondary, auxiliary, or service functions. So, ang function niya is to provide support to the line. So, ano naman itong tinatawag na administrative or managerial functions? So, pag sinabing administrative or managerial functions, these are the functions, guys, that complement the line as well as the auxiliary. Housekeeping, itong administrative or managerial functions. So, kumbaga guys, etong auxiliary, pinoprovide niya ito, okay, ng support. Ito namang administrative and managerial, pinoprovide niya itong dalawang ito. So, puro ito support guys ha. Ito, kino-complement niya ito, okay. para para makumpleto nito ang trabaho niya, ito naman pino-provide niya ng support itong dalawang ito, staff functions. Yung staff or administrative, okay, ito ang pino-provide niya ng support yung dalawa. So, syempre, ang pinakabida dyan, itong nasa line. Kasi siya talaga yung main, nagpiperform ng main functions, sinusuportahan ito, at ito naman, sinusuportahan niya yung dalawa. So, yung dalawang yan, mga support functions lang yan. Samantala naman, ito naman, main na nagpa-function. So, okay. So, I hope that it's clear. Organization concepts and principles. So, sa isang organization, guys, may mga konsepto na sinusunod doon, may mga principles. Okay. Ang purpose is to ensure that the organization or the agency will run smoothly. So, what is organization? Organization may be defined as a group of individuals united for some end or work, an arrangement of persons with a common purpose and objective in a manner to enable the performance of related tasks by individuals, group for the purpose, and the establishment of areas of responsibility with clear-cut channels of communication and authority. So yun ang organization. Grupo ng mga tao, and then they were united. Pinag-isa sila for some end or work. Okay, parang sa PNP, it's a group of people. They are united for what purpose? For the purpose of providing services to the public, fighting the criminals and providing services to the public. So, ano ang ginawa sa kanila? They were arranged. Okay. Inayos sila. Dinivide sila. Nang sa ganon, guys, they can perform the related tasks. Okay. Okay. In every task, they have the common or they have the individual responsibilities. Okay. And of course, it was also established and on how they will communicate with each other. So, yun ang organization, guys. There are other two definitions of organization. But of course, these two definitions, guys, are just, secondary definitions. So what matters is the first one. So another one is the organizational chart. Ano ba itong sinasabi natin na organizational chart? Is it important? Yes, guys. Yes, it's very important, especially in the uniform service, particularly in the police service. So, di ba nakikita ninyo, ay, kung sa bagay, hindi kayo nakakapag-OJT ngayon, ano? But probably naman, most of you see or saw police stations, PCPs, or even headquarters of our police organization, the PNP. So, you will notice that their organizational chart is shown clearly, and yung not only not only clearly but strategically in visible places, usually sa harap mismo ng kanilang stations, nakalagay doon ang organizational chart. So what is organizational chart? Pag sinabi nating organizational chart, it refers to the graphic view of the general structure of work and work relationship on the organization. So yung drawing ng organization nila, yung graph. It indicates graphically the lines of authority and responsibility in working relationships among work groups in the organization. 'Di ba nakalagay doon yung chief PNP, nakalagay doon yung regional director, nakalagay doon yung chief of police, at saka kung sa PCP. So even the flow of authority is put in the organizational chart. So ano ba ang gamit ng organizational chart? Sabi nga natin, it indicates graphically the lines of authority and responsibility in working relationships among the work groups in the organization. Nakikita niyo yung mga tao doon, yung mga opisina, doon sa tinatawag natin na organizational chart. So, what is the use of it? Other than decorating it for the public to see it. So, malaki rin ang naitutulong niyan sa member mismo ng organization. With the organizational chart, you will be able to understand the command relationship. Okay, command relationship among members of the organization, among the officers and members of the organization. Through organizational chart also, you will better understand the roles and position of the organization. And of course, as training aid. Considering that through organizational chart, you will be able to know systems, especially on the matter of coordination. So another one is the concept of organizational structure. What is it? So pag sinabi natin organizational structure, a mechanical method of indicating the relationship that exists among various workers, work groups, and functions within an organization. So there are 4 kinds of organizational structure. Okay, or 4 types of organizational structure. We have line or military, we have line and staff, we have functional, and we have matrix organizational structure. So when we say guys, line, or sometimes they called it military, authority flows from the top to the bottom in a clear and unbroken line called scalar chain. Hierarchy of authority, which is the order of ranks from the highest to the lowest levels of the organization. Yan ang sinasabi natin na line or military. Sa line or military guys, wala na, hindi na divided kung staff ba or line ang kanyang trabaho. Dire-diretso. From top to bottom, dire-diretso yung line of authority. Okay. Halimbawa na lang guys, halimbawa na lang. 'Di ba sa organization, sa civilian, ilagay mo natin sa civilian. 'Di ba sa civilian organization, ano ba ang pinakamalaki sa civilian organization? 'Di ba yung pinakamalaki is yung tinatawag natin na department. Na department. Okay. Pag dinivide natin ang department, we have the bureau. Pag dinivide natin ang bureau, you have the division. Pag dinivide natin ang division, you have the section. Pag dinivide natin ang section, we have the unit. We have the unit. Yan. Kaya ang pinakamaliit guys, unit, maraming unit, meron tayong section, maraming section, meron tayong division, maraming division, meron tayong bureau, maraming bureau, meron tayong department. So ngayon, applicable lang itong line or military sa tinatawag natin na unit. Kasi dito sa unit guys, common ang ginagawa ninyo. Meron kayong unit head, pagkatapos you do the job, although you have your respective responsibilities, you have your respective job descriptions, but it's all the same. You have one common work to be accomplished. Okay. So sir, ano naman natin? Tingnan mo kasi ang opisina guys sa PNP, ganun din ang division section din unit. Kasi nga civilian. Unlike sa military kasi sa military lalong-lalo na dun sa mga line. Nakikita niyo sa military, 'di ba? Ano ba ang organization sa military? So, you have an army. Okay. Yung buong army, pag pinaghati-hati mo 'yon, siyempre yung army mo is headed by katulad sa atin, headed by Lieutenant General. Okay. Pagkatapos sa atin naman, pagkatapos ng army, so i-divide mo yung army mo, you have division. Infantry division, special forces division, etc., etc. You have the division. And usually it is headed by an army general with the rank of major general, mga per division. Okay. Ang division, guys, pag pinaghati-hati mo, meron tayong tinatawag na regiment. Meron tayong regiment. Okay, yung regiment, it is headed by a brigadier general. So, ang regiment, pag pinaghati-hati mo, meron tayong brigade, mga brigade commander, meron tayong brigade, isang brigada ng mga sundalo. So, ang brigade, it is headed actually by colonel. Ang isang brigade, pag pinaghati-hati mo, meron tayong tinatawag na batalyon. Mga nag-ROTC dyan, isang batalyon. Okay. Ang isang batalyon, pag pinaghati-hati mo, dinivide mo, you have the company. Ang isang company, if you divide it, you have the platoon. Okay. Sa isang platoon, pag dinivide mo, you have the squad. Okay. And each squad is consist of 7 elements. Element ang bawat isa sa tawag doon sa bawat sundalo consisting a squad. Now, what's the point? The point is that direct yan. Halimbawa, ako yung commanding general. Kung ako ang commanding general, meron akong per division. Dire-diretso yun sa division. Ang division naman, diretso hanggang regiment. Yung regiment, diretso hanggang brigade. Ang brigade, diretso hanggang batalyon. To company, to platoon, hanggang sa squad. Diretso yun. Yun ang sinasabi natin na line or military organization. Unlike sa PNP, yung sa PNP kasi, line and staff. Yan kasi sa PNP, line and staff. Sa PNP, yung organization ng PNP, guys, is considered as line and staff. The addition of support functions to the line. The line is supplemented by the staff which give advice in assistance to the line in carrying out its objectives. Both line and staff are responsible jointly for performance. So, yun naman guys, ang sa line and staff, nahati. So, ikaw ang line, ikaw magpiperform ng main functions, while meron namang tinatawag na staff functions na nagbibigay advice doon sa line. So, yun naman ang tinatawag natin na line and staff, which is the nature of organization of the PNP. Yung line, siya ang magpiperform ng main objective ng organization. Yung staff, nagpo-provide ng advice, intelligence, planning, etc. to the line. So, hati. Ikaw ang housekeeping, ako naman ang main. Ikaw ang brain, ako ang muscle. Ganun naman ang nasa PNP. So, yon ang organization ng PNP. Line and staff. Ano naman itong tinatawag na functional? Okay, hindi advisable itong functional, guys. Sa functional organization naman, a method modified line and staff structure, modified by the delegation of management authority to personnel outside the normal span of control. Mamaya, we talk about span of control. The performance of certain duties at all levels is controlled and directed by a separate organizational authority. Each work unit may be under the supervision of 4 to 8 specialists, 1 for each of the unit's major or special activities. Yan naman ang sinasabi natin na functional. Unlike sa line and staff, okay, mayroong head, merong admin, merong operation. So, line and staff. Dito naman sa tinatawag na functional, reverse. Halimbawa guys, I will illustrate to you verbally. Halimbawa, you are assigned in patrol. You are assigned in patrol. Hindi ito ina-adapt sa PNP kasi magulo ito ha. Kasi ang PNP, sabi ko nga, line and staff. Functional, hindi po pwede ito. Pero sa mga hospital po pwede ito, tinatawag natin ng functional organization. Okay. So, bakit guys? Tingnan mo sa, halimbawa ikaw ay naka-assign sa patrol. Ang patrol officer guys, or patrol personnel, generalist yan. Pag sinabi nating generalist, okay, you know almost everything. You're supposed to know almost everything in the police activity pag generalist ka. Pero yung alam mo ay ganun mabababaw lang, mga basic lang. Halimbawa, bagong pulis kayo. I-assign kayo sa patrol. 'Di ba? Ang alam ninyo tungkol sa investigation is basic lang. Ang alam ninyo sa traffic, basic rin lang din. Ang alam ninyo sa intelligence, basic rin lang. Okay. Lahat basic. So now, paano ngayon papasok ang functional organization? Halimbawa guys, you encounter a traffic problem. You will be under the supervision of the traffic office. Kasi sila ang specialist nakapokus. May nakuha ka ng mga information. You will be under the command of the intelligence. Nagresponde ka sa isang crime incidents as first responder. You will report to investigation. So ang dami mong boss. At yung mga boss mo na yon, yung mga superior mo na yon, specialist na sila doon sa matter na iyong nirespondihan. Yan ang tinatawag natin na functional. It's not applied in the PNP, in the police organization. Kasi unang-una, magulo yun. That a police officer is reporting to several superior officer. Doon ang sinusunod natin is line and staff. Kasi sa line and staff, regardless of your specialization, you will be reporting to one superior officer only. Okay? You will be receiving order from one superior officer only. So yan. Sa hospital, sabi ko nabanggit ko na sa hospital functional. Kasi nga sa hospital, di ba, sa hospital merong tinatawag na resident physician. Yung resident physician na yon, generalist yon. Pero kapag halimbawa, yung problema is sa puso ng pasyente, ay makikipag-cooperate siya or under siya nung tinatawag natin na cardiologist. Kung tungkol sa ano yan, sa central nervous system, sa brain niya, ay doon sa neurologist. Okay. So ganun guys ang functional. Matrix. Sa matrix guys, assigning personnel from functional areas such as patrol, detectives, support services, etc. to specific projects, task forces, crime-specific problems, and or internal security. Dito naman sa matrix, it's not actually part of the core organization. Kumbaga, kinreate lang siya in order to work for a specialized task. Yan naman ang matrix. Halimbawa, dito sa campaign ng ating government ngayon sa PNP, di ba ang main nasigaw ng PNP ngayon is internal cleansing. Kasi nga, nadala sila doon sa nangyari sa Tukhang. Nadala sila sa nangyari sa Tukhang kasi unang-una ang ginawa nila, nilaunch nila yung double barrel, yung katok hangyo sa drugs, na Tukhang. Nilaunch nila, pagkatapos ng nilaunch, hindi muna nila inalam kung capable ba ang PNP na gawin yon. Tapos malaman-laman nila, anak ng topa, mga pulis pala yung involved sa drug trafficking. Ang dudumi pala ng ang ginawa ng ibang mga pulis, ginawa nilang, sinamantala nila yung Tukhang para gawin ang kanilang katarantaduhan. Pinagkaperahan nila. Ang iba, suspected daw na drug pusher, kikidnapin nila, tapos i-extort, etc. So, na-discover nila na talagang napakarumi ng PNP. Maraming marumi sa PNP. So, nag-launch sila ngayon ng internal cleansing. Habang ginagawa natin ang ating campaign, linisin natin ang ating rank. Ayan. Okay, nagtayo sila ngayon ng task force, yung integrity task force nila. Na ang mission is linisin ang PNP sa mga scalawags sa hanay nila. Tinayo nila ngayon yung integrity task force. Okay. Halimbawa, ganito nangyari. Nag-assign sila ng isang kernel. Okay. Magtatayo tayo ng task force, ikaw ang mamumuno. Anong gagawin ngayon ni kernel? Okay, makikipag-coordinate siya sa iba't ibang mga units. Okay. Makikipag-usap siya sa head ng SAF. Okay, sir, kailangan ko ng ano? Kailangan ko ng mga 400 na tao dito sa task force na itatayo para klinisin ang PNP. Okay. Out of 400, I need 200 SAF troopers. Okay. Okay. So, kumuha ng personnel sa SAF, binigay sa kanya. I need, halimbawa, kung binigyan siya ng 200, tapos 450 yung kanyang tao, I need 100, I need 100 intelligence officer. Okay. Binigyan din siya ng intelligence group ng 100. I need also 100 CIDG investigators. Binigyan din siya ng 100 na CIDG. The rest, ito kailangan ko. So ang nangyari guys, kumuha siya ng iba't ibang tao diyan sa iba't ibang units to consist his organization, to compose his organization. Kung ano man ang tawag nila doon. So, yun ngayon ang tinatawag natin na matrix organization. Again ang task force or ang ad hoc guys ay temporary lang. Pag natapos ang mission, assuming nasa end ng term, nalinis na ang PNP, nalinis na. So, ang next step noon is, i-disband na yung kanilang task force. Okay, i-disband na ang kanilang task force kapag na-accomplish na yung mission. What would happen to the personnel? Okay, this personnel guys will return to their mother unit. Sabihin nyo, kaya pala sir, yung mga nanguhuli ng mga skalawag na pulis, nakabonit, nagtatago Magtatago talaga ang mga yun. Bakit? Kasi unang-una guys, siyempre, pag nakilala sila, kapag binroadcast nila yung identity nila, unang-una, they are fighting powerful men, powerful persons. Kung kapwa nila pulis yan, mga arestuhan nila, kapwa nila yan, capable of taking revenge. Pangalawa, sila rin. Babalik din naman sila dyan sa mother unit nila later on. Temporary lang yan. Kaya, ayun guys, ang matrix. Sir, ang tanong is, pag nasa matrix organizational structure, part ba siya ng chain of command? The answer is no. Kung sinong nag-create ng task force, doon lang siya accountable. Halimbawa, kung ang nag-create ng task force is the NCR. Okay, yung NCR director. Okay, yung NCR director, yung accountable siya sa NCR director. Pero kung nag-create ng task force is the chief PNP, he is not part of the chain of command sa pababa. He will just receiving order from the chief PNP. Yan ang matrix. Principles of organization applicable to police agencies. Okay. Okay, ano ba yung mga principles guys? There are several principles of organization, but we refer only to the principles applicable to the police organization, particularly the PNP. So, first principle guys is principle of the unity of command. Simple lang, pag sinabi natin na principle of unity of command, it means that the office shall be commanded by only one and only one superior officers. Office, situation, personnel, okay, should be under the direct command and supervision of one ranking officer. Hindi po pwedeng dalawa, tatlo ang nagbibigay ng order, ha? Okay, kaya hindi po pwede sa isang stations, sa isang provincial police office, okay? sa isang National Operational Support Units, okay? Eh, dalawang nagbibigay ng command or dalawang nagbibigay ng order. Isa lang, isa lang. At kung ikaw naman nasa baba, you will report only to one superior officer. Okay, yun ang sinasabi natin na unity of command. That an employee, that every employee, guys, that every situations, that every office shall be under the direct command and supervision of only one high-ranking officer. Ngayon, ang tanong is, pwede bang iset aside itong tinatawag na unity of command? Okay, pwede ba na despite na merong isang superior, nakialam o mepal yung isang superior na nagbigay ng utos? Pwede ba yon? Halimbawa, you are the PCP commander. You are supposed to be the one who will give order. PCP commander. And that would be respected even by your superior officer. Even by your superior officer. Ngayon ang tanong is, may situation. Wala yung immediate superior officer mo. Wala yung immediate. Pero dito ang station commander. Siya ba ang immediate na boss mo? No. Sino ang immediate boss mo? Yung PCP commander mo. Pumasok kayong station commander. Nagbigay ng utos sa'yo. Will you follow it? Violating the unity of command? You can. You can follow it during emergency situation. Ang tanong is, ikaw, magbibigay ka ba ng utos if you are the supervisor or if you are the station commander? Yes, it's an emergency situation. Another one is, reputation of the organization is at stake. Okay, kung reputation ng organization is at stake, okay, so obra yon. Obra na iset aside ang unity of command. The unity of command is a general rule. Okay. Another, guys, is the span of control. The principle of span of control. In this principle, guys, it refers to the number of workers that can be effectively supervised one by one supervisor. Yan ang sinasabi natin na span of control. Okay. This is an accepted axiom. It is axiomatic that there is a limit on the part of the supervisor to effectively supervise and control specific number of personnel. Hindi naman yan katulad nitong sa atin, okay. So na-surprise nga ako na bakit isang subject lang naman pala, bakit dalawang grupo ang ginawa ng school. Kaya nga akala ko, kasi kahapon nagturo ako sa Arellano din, same subject. Tapos ngayon, kayo, Arellano rin, same subject. Tanong ko, sabi ko, ano ba ito? Parehong subject? Iba-ibang audience? Okay. Sabi niya, yes sir, pareho. Bakit dinivide pa? Okay, ba't dinivide pa? Simple lang ang reason. Kasi pag marami, wala nang span of control. Kahit gagasto sila, hinati pa rin, kahit additional expenses on the part of the school, hinati pa rin, just to make sure that all of you will be controlled. So, ang tanong is, kailan mo ba masasabi na ikaw ay may control sa tao? Okay. Ikaw, halimbawa, kayo, darating ang panahon, magiging superior officer kayo. Nung kaninang umaga lang, natuwa ako kasi nakita ko yung isang estudyante ko, station commander ng Station 1 sa Manila. Parang kailan lang. So naging station commander na siya ng Station 1 sa Manila, sa Tondo pa. So ngayon ang ibig sabihin ng span of control, yung number ng tao na meron kang control, na makukontrol mo. May limitation lang. Yung kakayahan mo na makontrol ang specific number ng tao. So, ang tanong is, kailan mo ba masasabi na meron kang control sa mga tao mo? Okay. Kailan ba? Simple lang, masasabi mo na may control ka sa mga tao mo kung alam mo na ginagawa nila ang trabaho nila ayon sa instruction mo. Yan. Nagbigay ka ng instruction. Pagbigay mo ng instruction is, nagbigay ka ng order sa tao mo. Yes sir, gagawin ko. And then later on, binigay sa iyo ang result. Hindi mo na monitor how he come up with such result. Paano niya ginawa ang trabaho niya? Tama ba yung proseso ng ginawa niya? Hindi mo alam yun. Basta binigay na lang sa iyo ang result. But you do not know what process he adopted or he used in order to come out with the result. Ay, wala kang control. Masasabi na may control ka kung nagbigay ka ng utos at from time to time, alam mo kung papaano niya na-achieve ang result. Yun ang tinatawag natin na control. By the way, ano ba ang ginagawa ng mga superior officer? Sa PNP na lang. Ano ba ang ginagawa nila nang sa ganon masigurado nila na nakokontrol nila ang tao nila? Una, through communication, monitoring by means of radio. Diba? O, sasabihin nila sa tao nila, ha, pagdating doon sa duty, mag-ano kayo, tumawag kayo sa radio. De-verify ko kayo. Yan. From time to time, you have to report to me. You have to inform me of what you are doing. Yan. With that, alam mo na ginagawa niya yung trabaho niya ayon sa yung instruction. Pangalawa, nagkaroon ka ng unnotified visit. Okay, bigla mong ininspeksyon. Punta ka doon sa post niya. Pagpunta mo sa post niya, ayun. Alam mo kung anong ginagawa niya. May control ka. Okay, because you monitored what he is doing. Nandun na exercise yung tinatawag na span of control. Pangatlo, okay, nagtatanong-tanong ka doon sa post niya kung ano ang ginagawa, kung ano ang activities ng mga tao mo. So, may span of control ka. Pangatlo, okay, pinagsasubmit mo siya ng after operation report or after patrol report or post patrol report, I mean. Pagkatapos niya magpatrol, magsasign siya ng or kaya, okay, pinag-ano mo siya, pinagla-login mo siya sa logbook, may dala-dala silang logbook, kung anong mga activities nila, sinusulat nila doon. Yun ang mga paraan, guys, para masigurado na kontrolado mo yung mga tao mo. Yun ang sinasabi natin as konsepto ng span of control. Ngayon, ano ba yung mga factors that affects span of control? Siyempre, yung abilities of the supervisor. Kinakailangan magaling ang supervisor na mag-monitor ng kanyang tao. Abilities of those supervised. Kinakailangan magaling din ang subordinates mo na gawin ang kanyang trabaho at the same time, magaling din siya na ini-inform ka niya kung anong ginagawa niya. Geographic working area, ay mahirap yan. Kasi kung halimbawa, chief of police ka ng isang station sa provinces, ang problema mo is, isang municipality, napakaraming barangay, pero yung mga barangay is island, maliliit na mga island at saka islets. Ay, mahirap yun. Hindi mo na alam kung anong ginagawa ng mga tao mo sa bawat island. Ang hirap, mabuti sana kung ang sasakyan mo, helicopter, para ma-check mo yung kung anong ginagawa. What if kung sasakyan mo yung bangkang demotor? Okay, syempre mas maganda pa rin na ang span of control kapag unified ang iyong area. At least, pamotor-motor ka lang, mumotorin mo lang. Makikita mo na kung anong ginagawa ng tao mo. Mabilis ang motor eh. Okay. Mumotorin mo lang habang umiikot ka, magmumotor ka para ma-check mo kung anong ginagawa ng mga tao mo. Okay na. Of course, nature of the work performed and nature of supervisor's job. By the way guys, sa licensure examination minsan, ito guys ang ideal na number na span of control ha. Tingnan nyo. Sergeant level, Okay, staff sergeant ka, PO3. Or kaya, sino ba ang mga may supervisory work? Staff sergeant at saka yung chief master sergeant is PO3. Kasi usually yung mga SPO4 hindi na yan nagsusupervise kasi usually guys, ang mga SPO4 or yung mga executive master sergeant, yan na ang nagbi-bridge between the lieutenant and the low ranking. Kaya pag mga supervisor, kasi ang pinaka-senior sa non-officer, yung executive master sergeant eh. Yung executive master sergeant, kaya parang ano na rin yan, parang lieutenant na rin yan. So, ang mga rank ko na yon, yung staff sergeant at saka yung chief master sergeant, yun usually ang nagpe-perform ng mga supervisory work. So, ang ideal na number na sinusupervise nila is 7 to 10 personnel. Kaya pa na yan ang span of control nila. Ibig sabihin, nakikita pa nila kung ano yung mga ginagawa ng kanilang mga tao. Diba, mapupunan ninyo nitong tawag dito, nitong pandemic. So, may mga nakapost na mga patrolman, tapos police corporal. 2 or 3 sila sa isang post. And then later on, mapapansin niyo umiikot. May umiikot. Tapos staff sergeant ang umiikot para nakikita kung ano ang ginagawa nila. Sa lieutenant level naman, pag ikaw ay lieutenant, so ang effective na span of control is 3 to 5. Kapag ikaw naman ay sa chiefs na, nasa rank ko na ng colonel, so 2 to 3 personnel ang iyong isusupervise. So, another organization, guys, is principles of authority commensurate with responsibility. So, ayan. Kapag this principle says that when you give responsibility to your subordinates, you must give him commensurate authority for him to accomplish the mission. Okay, bigyan mo siya ng enough power or authority. Nang sa ganon is, mapadali yung pag-accomplish niya ng trabaho. So, hindi po pwede na you will give a lot of responsibility to your subordinate and yet you give him limited authority. Okay, lahat ng gagawin mo, sabihin mo sa akin, i-approve ko, disapprove ko yung gagawin mo. May gali, paano niya maano yun? Paano niya ma-accomplish kung ano ang yung responsibility na binigay mo. Kung from time to time, ikaw pa rin ang magde-decide doon sa mga gagawin niya, sa mga strategies niya. So, dito sa principles of authority commensurate with responsibility, it says that when responsibility for a task is delegated, sufficient authority to perform the task effectively must also be delegated. Pag nag-delegate ka ng responsibilidad, nagbigay ka ng utos doon sa tao mo, dapat bigyan mo rin siya ng enough authority. Nang sa ganon is, makapag-decide siya, makagawa siya ng sarili niyang diskarte para ma-accomplish yung binibigay mong trabaho. Hindi po pwedeng magbigay ka ng malaking responsibility, pero na limited ang authority. Yun. Division of work. Pag sinabi nating division of work, it refers to a portioning of work or task among the various units or groups according to some logical plan. So in this principle, guys, of division of work, meaning paghati-hati ng trabaho, ng task. Hati-hatiin mo yung task sa iba't ibang units. Okay, according siyempre doon sa plan. Okay, according doon sa plan. So, yun ang sinasabi natin na division of work. Halimbawa, naka-assign kayo sa investigation. Okay, paano ba dinidivide ang work sa investigation? Okay, so sa investigation, ikaw ang nasa missing person. Kayo ang naka-assign sa missing person. General assignment. Kayo naman ang mag-investigate about crimes versus property. Okay. Kayo naman ang mag-i-investigate about crimes against persons. Okay. Kayo naman ang mag-i-investigate about women and children. Okay. So, yun ang sinasabi natin na division of work. So, how will you divide it? Purpose, process, clientele, area being served, yon din. Pag sinabing area, di ba may mga naka-assign sa, dito halimbawa, sa Metro Manila, okay, maghahati-hati. Ikaw sa Maynila, ikaw sa Quezon City, okay, pagdating dito naman sa Northern Police, hati-hatiin. So, yan guys. At saka yung time. Pag sinabi namang time, so nakadepende doon sa hapon, panggabi ba. So pag sinabi nating delineation of responsibility, it refers to fixing definite lines of authority and responsibility to avoid duplication. Okay. Fixing definite and direct lines of authority. So, delineation means you fix the specific line. Kanino ka magre-report? Kanino ka magre-report? Sino ang may responsibilidad sa iyo? Ano ang trabaho mo? So, yun ang sinasabi natin na delineation. You have to fix. Okay. Who has the authority over this person? What are the responsibilities of this person? So, how will you do that? Paano ba na-fix ang responsibility? By means of providing job description. Kaya may tinatawag tayo na job description. Kung naka-assign ka sa homicide or sa crimes versus person, okay, cases, ano ang mga responsibility mo? Ini-enumerate. Yan tinatawag natin na job description. Through job description, you will be able to delineate responsibility. Another one, delegation of authority. So what do you mean by delegation of authority? In delegation of authority, guys, it refers to the division of task of command among the officers of the various units. So, okay, simple lang simple lang pag sinabi nating delegation of authority. When you assign a person in a specific division or office, you must share your authority. You must share your power. Sinasabi division of task of command. Okay? Pag sinabi nating task of command, yung pagbibigay ng utos. Okay? Among the officers of the various units. So, in short guys, kapag inassign mo yung tao sa isang opisina, okay, ibibigay mo sa kanya ang authority na siyang magbigay ng order. O halimbawa, dito na lang sa PNP. You are the chief PNP. Ngayon, dito sa NCR, you have the NCR director. Pag nagbigay ng directive ang NCR director sa mga district directors, yung power na yan ng NCR director was derived from the chief PNP. Clear? Senior yan ng chief PNP sa NCR director yung authority niya to give command or order sa mga district directors. Yung mga district directors naman, kapag nagbigay yan ng utos sa chief of police or kaya sa station commanders, yung utos na yan ay galing sa NCR director. Kapag nagbigay ng direct ng order ang station commander or chief of police sa mga substations, yung directive na yan ay nanggaling yan sa station commander or sa chief of police. So yan ang ibig sabihin ng delegation of authority. Okay? You are giving the task of command to your immediate superior or to your immediate subordinates whom you assigned or delegated on that position. Another one is the chain of command. The chain of command. Pag sinabi nating chain of command, the line or chain of superiors from top to bottom. So, yun naman ang tinatawag na chain of command. So, yung chain. So, sa PNP, saan ba nagsisimula yung chain of command? It started from the chief PNP. Okay? Pagkatapos, pababa. Sino ang susunod ba sa chief PNP? Siyempre, direct yan hanggang sa regional director. O, sa case state natin dito sa Metro Manila, sa NCR, diretso sa NCR director. From NCR director, papasok sa cascaded to the district directors. From district director, cascaded to the chief of police. Okay. From the chief of police, cascaded to substation. From substation to PCPs. Yun ang pinakamababa sa PCP. Pagdating naman sa province, from chief PNP to regional director, from regional director to provincial director, from provincial director to city or municipal stations, from city or municipal stations hanggang sa precincts. Yun ang sinasabi natin na chain of command. Integration and coordination. In integration and coordination, guys, coordination and integration of different units, particularly specialized units, so as to accomplish a harmonious progress towards the primary objectives of the office. So, kailan papasok itong integration and coordination? Pumapasok itong integration and coordination, guys, lalong-lalo na doon sa mga specialized units. Ano ba mga specialized units? Mamaya, we'll discuss it doon sa PNP organizational chart. Na ang mga specialized units, halimbawa, yung Special Action Force, halimbawa, yung CIDG, yan. Maritime Group, mga specialized units yan. Aviation Security Group, mga specialized units yan. So, kailan papasok itong integration and coordination? So, halimbawa guys, may operation ang SAF sa isang province. So, bago siya mag-launch ng operation sa province na yon, kinakailangan i-inform niya. He must inform the local police there na, Bok, nandirito ang mga tao ko. Meron kaming mag-execute kami, mag-implement kami ng warrant of arrest. Mag-implement kami ng search warrant. May raid kami. So, yun. He must inform yung local police doon. Yun ang sinasabi natin na principles of integration and coordination. So, parang yung nangyari doon sa Mama Sapano. Oh, under jurisdiction ng Provincial Police Office, under jurisdiction ng Armed Forces, biglang pumasok si SAF. Oh, nagulat pati yung PNP, yung Provincial Police Office doon. Nag-ooperate pala, hindi namin alam. Walang coordination. Ayan. Kasi kapag nag-coordinate ka, bibigyan ka ng support. Okay. Nagkakaroon ng integration. Pero kapag hindi, pagpapaalam kumbaga. Kasi ang purpose niyan para maiwasan yung lalong-lalo na guys yung misencounter. Lalo yan kasi ang common na nangyayari kapag walang coordination. Yung misencounter. Sir, bakit nagkaroon pa rin ng misencounter between PDEA at saka Quezon City Police? Nagkaroon naman ng coordination. Yun ang problema. Yun nga ang mystery doon. Ba't nagkaroon ng misencounter, samantalang may coordination. Pinakita ng PNP, nakipag-coordinate sa PDEA. Pinakita ng PDEA, nakipag-coordinate sa PNP. Ba't nagkaroon ng misencounter? Sa ngayon, hindi pa lumalabas ang investigation kung saan nagkulang. Ano ba? Principles of hierarchy. Pag sinabi natin principles of hierarchy, it requires that each lower level in the organization is supervised by a higher level. Yan. Pag sinabi natin hierarchy, pataas. Halimbawa, PCP, ang operation niya ay sinusupervise ng station. Ang station, sinusupervise ang kanyang operation ng district. Ang district, sinusupervise ang kanyang operation ng region, NCR. At ang NCR or ang region, presumably, sinusupervise siya ng krame sa province. Ang PCP, presume na sinusupervise ng station. Okay, or ng municipality or ng city. Ang city or municipality, presumption, sinusupervise ng provincial police office. Ang provincial police office, presumption, na sinusupervise ng regional police office. At ang region, presumption, sinusupervise ng kamkrame, ng headquarters. Command responsibility. Sa principle ng command responsibility, guys, commander is directly responsible for any act or omission of his subordinates in relation to the performance of their official duties. Take note, what we are talking here is the immediate supervisor. Okay? Hindi yan halimbawa katulad nung nangyari dito sa Caloocan involving Kia de los Santos. Okay. Ang presumption, ang presumption is alam or accountable or may pananagutan ang PCP commander sa actions ng kanyang mga tao. Okay. Pagkatapos yung PCP naman, commander is ang presumption is responsible yung station. Pero ang hindi mo pwedeng sasabihin na porket tao niya, pati ang station tatamaan. Hindi. Yung immediate lang. Kaya pag nag-operate yung mga tao, yung PCP commander lang ang applicable, yung tinatawag na command responsibility. Yung susunod, hindi na. So, what matters there in command responsibility is the immediate subordinate and the immediate supervisor. Kasi ganito halimbawa, hindi alam ng immediate supervisor yung ginagawa ng kanyang mga tao, hindi niya alam, he lost control. Ibig sabihin, hindi niya kontrolado ang mga tao niya. Gumawa ng illegal yung kanyang mga tao, hindi niya alam. So that is losing of control. Ngayon, since alam niya, may pananagutan siya under the doctrine of command responsibility. So break muna tayo, guys. 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Let us resume class. Nandiyan na ba kayo?
Yes, sir.
Yes po, sir.
Okay,
Yes
thank
po.
you. Yes, salamat.
Po, sir. Yes po.
So, let us proceed to the next topic. Police Administration and Management. Ano ang pagkakaiba ng management sa administration? Siguro makita ninyo why your subject is Law Enforcement Administration and not Law Enforcement Management. Okay. Ano ba ang pagkakaiba ng administration sa management? Siguro na public administration, but hindi public management. At lalo sa inyo, sa subject niyo, Law Enforcement Administration, not Law Enforcement Management. So, you have to understand, guys, why it is not management, but instead, administration. So, although you will realize that you will be involved in management also. So, ganito. Well, how will you define it? There are two definitions of administration, guys. First definition is something to do with command. Okay, it is related to command context. While the second definition has something to do with administrative context. So administration may be defined in the two contexts, command as well as administrative context. So in so far as the command context is concerned, police administration involves setting agencies' policy and making operational decisions that best achieve police goals of preventing crimes, maintaining order, or helping solve community problems without violating the law or the public trust. Yun ang konteksto ng police administration sa command. You are setting agency's policy. Ano ba ang policy ano ba ang policy natin sa mga ano natin, sa mga operations sa PNP halimbawa, di ba? So ano ba ang kanilang policy? Ang policy nila is full respect to human rights. Ano pa? Human rights based policing na sinasabi nila, pagpapatupad ng batas with respect to the enforcement of laws. Okay. Ano pa? Ano pa ang mga policy natin other than full respect to human rights? Policy natin na as much as possible, we have to save lives. Okay. So, yun ang sinasabi natin na administration. So, ano pa? The decisions, operational decisions. So, administration yan. Administration yan. So, policy in making operational decisions. So, kapag administration, you are formulating policy. You are formulating policy. You are deciding, okay, on how to achieve the goal of the organization without violating the law or without compromising the trust of the people or of the public. Pero pag sinabi naman natin na administration in relation to administrative matters, okay, it refers to the ethical and lawful decisions relating to the hiring, management, retention, discipline, and termination of law enforcement personnel. You are also making policy. You are also making decisions in relation to hiring. Di ba ano ba ang policy ni General Elizar sa hiring? Sa recruitment ng police officers. Sabi niya, walang palakasan. Walang palakasan. That the police officer will be hired or will be recruited, will be appointed based on his merits. So therefore, instead of identifying the names of the person, he will be given only a number, yung binibigyan ng barcode. May bawat aplikante may mga barcode. So that to avoid any human intervention, in order to avoid biases in the selection process. Yun ang administration. Yun ang administration. Kaya guys, pag nag-administer ka, you are providing policy, you are providing decisions on what to do. While in management, you coordinate, you control, you direct the police resources and activities in personnel. So it is the everyday act of running the police department. So again, pag sinabi nating police management, this is the actual execution of the policy. The execution of the decision using the 3 M's of the organization. Ano ba yung 3 M's ng organization? Na resources ng organization? Men, money, machinery. Men, money, and machinery. So, ang pagkakaiba ng police administration, guys, sa police management, sa administration, you set the policy, you set the rules, you provide decision, you decide, but when you execute such decision, when you execute such policy using resources of the organization, the human resources, the human resources, the money resources, the machinery resources, you are now engaged in management. Nagkakaintindihan tayo So yun ang pagkakaiba. Sir, magdi-decide ba kami? Involved ba kami sa administration at saka sa management? Yes. Kung kayo ay nag-decide, kung kayo nag-set ng policy, you are engaged in administration. Pero pag ginamit nyo na ang resources ninyo para ma-execute ang policy, ma-execute ang decision ninyo, you are now engaged in management. Clear ha? Clear tayo. Yun ang pagkakaiba ng administration sa management. Now, ano ba yung managerial and administrative activities of the police executives? Pag pinag-usapan natin ng police executives, guys, what is being contemplated here, yung post de corps, ay ang activities ng higher level. Yung mga nasa level ng kernel. Nasa level ng kernel, Etong managerial yung post de corps na to, nasa level ito ng kernel. Pero pag ikaw ay nasa level lang ng lieutenant at saka ng sarhento, ito lang ang ginagawa mo. Planning, organizing, leading, controlling, Policy. So, yun lang ang kapag ikaw ay nasa level ng lieutenant at saka nasa level ng sarhento, ito lang ang ginagawa mo. Policy, planning, organizing, leading, at saka controlling. So kapag ikaw ay nasa level ng kernel, post de corps ka. Assuming, kernel ka. Okay. Kung kernel ka, yan ngayon, ang rango mo, kasi pag na-kernel, ang provincial director na yan. So talagang pang-executive na function na yan. You are performing post de corps, planning. So pag sinabi natin planning, the process of combining all aspects of the public safety activity and the realistic anticipation of future problems, the analysis of strategy and the correlation of strategy to detail. Okay. Yan ang planning. Sa planning, guys, ano ba ang problema natin? Ano bang i-accomplish natin? What shall we accomplish? Okay. The things that we have to accomplish should be related to our vision, to our mission. Ano bang mission ng ating organization? At ano ang possible na problema na may encounter natin? So, eto ngayon ang i-accomplish natin. You decide already what are to be accomplished. Now, planning yon. Now, let us now proceed. Meron kayong i-accomplish. Ang tanong is, how will we divide work? How will we divide the work? So, papasok ka ngayon sa pangalawang activity mo. Ano yon? Organizing. In organizing, process done in structuring a work group into components in order to establish workable channels of intra-communication in the performance of an assigned task. Yan ang organizing. Okay, you will start now to divide the work. To divide the work kasi ang goal ninyo is ang goal ninyo is ganito. Ang planning ninyo, ang pinaplano niyo, we will reduce the crime volume to 64%. Okay. Bawasan natin ang krimen. Kinakailangan intensify natin yung crime prevention effort natin. Yan ngayon ang gusto niyo i-accomplish. Ang tanong is, how will you do it? Ganito ang gagawin natin. I-intensify natin ang pagpapatrol. Pagkatapos na ma-intensify, i-intensify natin yung ating pagkakandak ng investigation. Okay. So, yun na yun. After that, inorganize mo na. Next one is staffing. Pag sinabing staffing, guys, you will now choose people who will do the work. Staffing yon. So, who are the people that will do the task or the work? Okay, you now involved in what we call staffing. So, mamimili ka ngayon ng tao para mag-perform ng trabaho. Ngayon. So, staffing yon. Next one. After choosing people who will do the work or who will perform the job, you will now start to give order. To give order. Directing yon. Okay, mag-order ka na, magbibigay ka ng order, magbibigay ka ng command, magbibigay ka ng utos. So, pag sinabing directing, it is the process of giving order or giving direction. So, pag nagbigay ka ng utos, siyempre, you will tell them how will you do the work. So, pagkatapos na mabigay ng utos, what will you do now? What's the next? Coordinating. In coordinating, you will inform people who might be affected while you are doing your job. Pag coordinating, process of communicating and harmonizing with other units, including in some cases agencies outside the police department. So ang question dito is, will we do our work? Which agencies or which department would be affected? If they would be affected, then we have to inform them. What we're doing now is coordinating. Now, after that, you inform now the people that would be affected. So what will you do? Reporting naman. Pag sinabi natin reporting, keeping the superior informed of what is going on in the organization, which includes keeping himself and his subordinates also informed through records, researches, and inspection. So, pag sinabing reporting, you must inform, of course, your superior officers. You must inform people in your office of what you are doing. And the last one is budgeting, fiscal planning, accounting, and control. So here, you will determine money, men, and machinery that you will use in pursuance or in pursuing your activity. Again yan ang ginagawa kapag ikaw ay nasa mataas na level ng management. Sabi ko nga, in the police organization, nasa kernel level ito. Nasa kernel level ito. Pataas. Kernel level, pataas. Okay. Planning, organizing, staffing, directing, coordinating, reporting, and budgeting. So these are the usual activities of the managerial activities of an officers sa management. Sir, what if I am just a supervisor? Ang rango ko is nasa lieutenant or kaya nasa sergeant. Ano bang management process that I am doing? So it is limited only to the 4 processes. Planning, nagpaplano ka rin. May binigay sa iyo na trabaho. O eto ang gagawin ninyo ha, eto ang gagawin ninyo. Ay syempre, ilan kayo? Halimbawa, 5 kayo. O 7 kayo. Sundin natin yung tamang span of control. O 7 kayo. Ikaw ngayon ang team leader. Sergeant or lieutenant ang rango mo. Team leader ka. You were given a task. What are the activities that you will perform? So 4 lang. Una, setting performance objectives and identifying the actions needed to accomplish them. So, eto ngayon, binigay sa atin ang trabaho na ito. So, eto ang objectives natin. We need to accomplish this. At ito ang gagawin natin in order to reach this. Okay. O halimbawa, ang inassign sa inyo is mag-i-implement ng warrant. Mag-i-implement ng warrant. Pag nag-implement ng warrant or kung long term man yan, magpapatrol doon sa area. So, siyempre, you will plan now on how you will execute or what will you do and how will you execute it. And then, again, you will organize. You have to divide the work to be done and coordinating results to achieve a desired purpose. 5 kayo. Ikaw ang gagawa nito, ikaw ang dito, ikaw ang dito. Ikaw naman ang magtatrabaho nito. So yan, organizing, leading. Yan ang purpose, ang ano, from the word leader. So what do you mean by leading ba? What do you mean by leadership ba? Pag sinabi nating leadership, basically, it is the process. Leadership means the process of influencing others to do their best in order to accomplish the organizational goals. Yan ang leadership. Okay? It is an art, guys, actually. Leadership actually is an art of convincing, motivating, persuading your subordinates to do their best to accomplish organizational goals. So leading means directing and coordinating the work effort of other people to help them accomplish important tasks. So pag nagli-lead ka, kinakailangan ma-motivate mo ang mga tao mo na ibigay ang kanilang best para ma-accomplish ninyo yung pinapagawa na trabaho sa inyo. And the last one is controlling. Pag sinabing controlling, monitoring performance, comparing results to objectives, and taking corrective action as necessary. So, syempre, kapag ginagawa na ninyo yung trabaho nyo, you were able to convince them to do your job. So, it doesn't mean that you let them do their job. As a leader, you must oversee what they are doing. You must look whether they do their job correctly. They do their job according to your instruction. So that's the essence of controlling. Again, sabi natin, nasa mababa-baba na level ito ng organizational structure. Usually, position intended for lieutenant or sergeant. Clear? Pero yung kanina na diniscuss natin, usually piniperform yun ng mga colonel pataas. Nagkakaintindihan tayo dyan ha. Principles of police supervision. Who is a supervisor? Okay. Siyempre, mga supervisor, usually nasa rank yan ng staff sergeant. Kasi manager na kapag umakyat na yan sa sa colonel, manager na yon. Pero kapag mga supervisor, usually nasa sergeant, minsan sa lieutenant. Depende sa dami ng tao. Pero kung ang sinusupervise mo lang, 4, 3 katao, ay basically nasa level ka pa lang ng sarhento. Pero kung kung humahawak ka na ng mga PCPs, humahawak ka na ng mga lieutenant na yan, full lieutenant na yun. So, the police supervisor, pag sinabi nating supervisor, in its generic sense, it refers to a person who is in charge with setting of goals for performance and deadlines in ways that comply the organization's plans and vision. So, ginagawa ng tao, ikaw ngayon ang nagsusupervise whether or not they are doing their task correctly. In its strict sense, it refers to a person in charge to organize workflow and ensures that subordinates understand their duties or delegated tasks, monitors productivity, and provides feedback and coaching. So yan ang ginagawa ng supervisor ha. Okay, ino-organize niya yung workflow. Pagkatapos, sinisiguro niya na yung instruction ay naintindihan ng tao. Pagkatapos, habang siniguro niya na naintindihan, minomonitor niya rin kung nagpo-produce ba ng result yung tao. So yun guys, ang trabaho ng supervisor. So ano ba ang basic responsibilities ng supervisor? Siyempre siya. Ang basic responsibility niya is direction. He gives direction of what their men are doing. Paano ginagawa? Other than giving orders sa directions, he also provides how the subordinates shall do his tasks. Tumahimik kayo dyan, maingay ang ibon eh. Another one, creation of a suitable working climate. Pag sinabing climate, it's not only about the environment. Pag sinabi kasing environment, it includes even your peers, even your colleagues. So, syempre, kung ikaw ay supervisor, you must harmonize the behavior of your people or of your men. Ano ba? Employee development. Sir, how? Kasi, kung ikaw ay supervisor, ang presumption is you are already knowledgeable with respect to your job. Knowledgeable na kayo tungkol sa trabaho. Imaginein mo, kung staff sergeant ka na or PO3 ka na, o ilang taon ka na noon sa service, kung PO3 ka, ilang taon ka na noon? Kung ikaw ay staff sergeant, ilang taon ba bago, assuming na ma-promote ka regularly, o 2 years na PO1 or 2 years na patrolman, ikaw ay corporal na or PO2, okay, 2 years. 2 years na corporal, okay? Ikaw ay ikaw ay PO3 na. Ikaw ay staff sergeant na. So 4 years. Habang staff sergeant ka o 3 years ka kasi na staff sergeant bago ka maging maging master sergeant yung SPO1. So imagine mo yan guys nasa 7 years ka na sa service, 6 or 5 years ka na. Ibig sabihin, marami ka nang alam. So, what will you do now? You supervise this patrolman. You supervise this corporal. You must teach them how to do their job properly. Ang iba kasi ng mga sergeant, ang tinuturo sa mga patrolman, kalokohan eh. kalokohan, ay mahirap yon. You do not develop your subordinate, but rather you are bringing him towards perdition, self-destruction. So ayan, you have to teach them. Yun ang sinasabi natin na employee development. Because you are supervising yung less experienced men, you have more experience about the job, you have to teach them on how to do their job. Yun ang sinasabing employee development. How about self-development? Siyempre, as you teach, you must also learn. Kasi you cannot give what you don't have. So you will be constrained also to learn further so that you have something to teach to your subordinates or less experienced colleague. Okay. So, let us proceed to leadership. Kanina pa natin dinidiscuss itong tinatawag na leadership. How will we define leadership? Leadership may be defined as an activity of influencing people to work harmoniously towards some goal which they come to find desirable. Also, the ability to obtain from each member of the force the highest quality of service which he is capable of rendering. Okay, another concept says that leadership is a process by which an individual can influence others in an organization to willingly make their best effort to achieve the goals of the organization. So much words said about leadership. Kanina sabi ko sa inyo, it's an art of influencing, convincing, motivating subordinates to give their best to achieve your goal. Art kasi yan, yung nadadamay mo yung mga kasama mo na gumawa ng maganda. Okay, paano sir? Usually, di ba, sabi natin, nagagawa natin yan by means of setting good example to your men. Kasi nakakahawa yan. Masipag ka, you are treating them well, you are doing what is right, so your subordinates will imitate it. So yun ang essence na tinatawag natin na leadership. So, the leadership styles. Ano ba ang iba't ibang leadership styles? So, there are 4 leadership styles na sinasabi ng mga eksperto. So, yung tinatawag natin na autocratic leadership style, democratic leadership style, free-reign leadership style, at saka laissez-faire leadership style. In autocratic leadership, superior assumes full responsibility for all actions and seeks obedience from the group in the following out of orders. He determines all policies and considers decision-making to be one-man operation. Ayan ang autocratic. Applicable itong autocratic, guys, kung talagang ang leader ay magaling. Magaling ang leader, guys, at mahina ang mga kasama niya. Ang tanong, meron pa bang ganun ngayon? Na magaling ka, tapos mahina ang mga kasama mo? Mahirap yun, guys. Mahirap kang makakita ng ganong organization, lalong-lalo sa PNP. Okay, na ikaw ang magaling, pagkatapos sa mga ano mo, ikaw magaling. Okay, pero sabihin mo na mahina ang mga kasama mo, mahirap kang makasama ng ganyan. Lalong-lalo na ang PNP, it consists of diverse people, iba-iba. Not only criminologists, may mga eduk dyan, okay, may mga usually dyan, may mga engineers dyan, may mga nurse dyan, may mga teachers dyan. Okay. Pagkatapos, lalong-lalo na kung ang mga tao mo is may mga experience na rin na magtrabaho, yung mga college graduate yan. Bagong lateral entry ka o graduate ka ng PNPA, pwede mong sabihin na ikaw ang pinakamagaling dyan? May gali. So, mahirapan ka dyan. So, sa autocratic leadership, guys, it is a one-man show. The one who determine policies is is the leader. Everything, guys, is my baby. Sumunod lang kayo. Okay, ako magde-decide. Akong gagawa ng policy, akong gagawa ng procedure, etc. Just follow. Aristocratic styles of leadership yan. Sabi ko nga, sa ngayon, hindi yan applicable sa, hindi magiging sound yan sa, dahil sa atin, lalo na sa PNP, lahat yan, college graduate yan. Pwede yan sa mga sundalo siguro dahil ang mga sundalo is talagang ang lang dyan is yung lieutenant na talagang trained for that. Okay, sila din ang nabibigyan ng matitinding schooling. Pero usually nakikinig din sila sa mga master sergeant kasi yun ang magagaling pag pinag-usapan natin yung gera. So, yan ang style ng autocratic. Democratic. Supervisor draws ideas and suggestions from his group by means of discussion and consultation. The staff is encouraged to take part in making decisions on policy methods, goals, etc. Dito naman sa democratic, ini-involve lahat. So, dinidiscuss nila yung problem. Sa free reign, supervisor is more or less an information booth. He plays down his role in the group activities. He is on hand mainly to provide materials and information together with minimum control. Yan. So, parang information booth lang yung leader. He will provide information, he will provide materials to the subordinates at pag-uusapan nila. In the end, okay, so it is the subordinates who will decide that would be approved by the supervisor, by the leader. Sa laissez-faire, leader interferes very little with worker. Productivity and morale suffer and unofficial leaders emerge to fill the void. Yon. So ito namang laissez-faire, bahala kayo dyan. Basta ako, result lang. O, bigyan nyo na lang ako ng result. Do your work. Plan your work. Execute your work. Just produce me result. So yan naman ang laissez-faire. So ngayon, sir, ano bang best leadership styles na kinikilala ngayon? It is democratic leadership style. Kahit sabihin natin rangko-rangko ang pinag-uusapan sa PNP, in the end, guys, much better pa rin, even sa planning. So they are adopting the democratic style of leadership. So clear tayo dyan, ha? Discipline. On the matter of discipline. On the matter of discipline, guys, what is discipline? So, discipline, guys, is derived from the root word disciple, meaning follower or student. Yan ang pinagmula ng salitang discipline. Kaya 'di ba iba ang salitang discipline sa punishment? Pag sinabi natin na punishment, it is presumed to be punitive. It is punitive. Kapag sinabi pinarusahan, basically, what comes in our mind is it is a punitive act. Okay, kasi pag discipline, mas broad ang term ng word na discipline kaysa punishment. So, dalawa ang forms ng discipline. Positive or yung tinatawag natin na corrective, positive or corrective discipline, at saka yung negative or yung tinatawag natin na punitive discipline. So, pag sinabi nating positive discipline, it refers to the discipline that make us subordinates improve the subordinates. So, positive discipline yun. Okay, it is a discipline, guys, that improve the subordinates. While in negative, guys, this is a discipline that the subordinate may suffer and yet may improve. He will learn from his mistakes. So yan. So, ano ba ang halimbawa ng positive discipline? Okay, siguro naalala niyo yung sa Pasay. yung sa Pasay na nagresponde sa sa hostage taking sa bus terminal. O pagkatapos nilang magresponde, so ang nangyari, napatay yung napatay yung tawag dito, napatay yung hostage taker, napatay din yung hostage. So anong naging directive ng Chief PNP doon? Ang naging directive is lahat ng mga nandoon i-undergo sa training. Yan. I-undergo sa training. Yun ang tinatawag natin na positive discipline. Okay? Dinisiplina sila hindi para parusahan, kundi para ma-improve nila ang sarili nila. Ano pa? Yung mga matataba na pulis ay required na mag-exercise. Yan, na mag-exercise. Okay. Tapos i-maintain nila yung kanilang BMI, Body Mass Index. Yun ang positive discipline. Pero, yung sinasabi, after 6 months, kapag hindi nila maano yan, they will be suspended. After 6 months, pag hindi nila na-maintain yan, they will be demoted. Yon. Yan ang negative discipline. Kapag nakagawa ng kasalanan at sinuspend, nireprimand, nirestrict yung custody, forfeited ang salary, forfeited ang allowances, sinuspend ng 15 days, dinemote, yun ang tinatawag natin na negative discipline. Negative discipline. So, ganun guys. Ibang discipline sa punishment. Oh. Kasi pag dinisiplina ka, it might be positive or negative. Pag in-undergo ka sa training, in-undergo ka sa counseling, yan, mga positive discipline yan. You are given an opportunity to improve yourself. Pero pag negative naman, okay, that is punitive discipline wherein the person will definitely suffer. So remember the hot stove rule in discipline. So what is hot and stove rule in imposing discipline? This hot stove rule in discipline is propounded by Douglas MacGregor, who suggests that in disciplining erring subordinates, the disciplinary action should be immediate, with warning, consistent, and impersonal. Yan. So, yun ang ni Douglas MacGregor pag nag-discipline. Dapat agad-agad. The moment na nakita mo ang iyong subordinate committed a mistake, you have to call his attention. Bigyan ng warning. Pagkatapos mabigyan ng warning, okay, saka ngayon, pag nag-impose ng discipline, you must be consistent. Meaning, when you discipline someone, you must discipline everyone. And it should be impersonal. Pag sinabing impersonal, address your discipline upon the acts, not upon the person. Don't make it personal. So, now, the PNP disciplinary system. Sa ano ba ang klase guys na dinidisiplina ang mga pulis? Again iba yung disiplina na nakukulong yung pulis kasi yung nakukulong court lang ang may hindi yung administrative discipline nakapatay siya, gumawa siya ng kalokohan, may nag-file ng complaint, pinailan siya ng kaso, ay iba yun. So it is the court that decide. We are talking here of disciplining of a police officer by the organization. In our case, in this case, the PNP, the NBI, or whatever organization do you belong. The Coast Guard, or kung anong organization na ikaw ay member. So, ganun guys, ganun ang disciplinary system or yung administrative disciplinary system. Sa anong aspeto dinidisiplina ang law enforcement officer, particularly the members of the PNP? Una, due to citizens' complaint. May nagreklamo sa kanya na citizen. Pangalawa, breach of internal discipline. Ibig sabihin, pasaway ang pulis. Dito sa citizens' complaint, guys, merong offended party dito. Dito sa citizens' complaint, ang offended party dito ay yung citizens na maaring naagrabyado ng pulis. Ang tawag doon ay citizens complaints. Pagdating naman dito sa breach of internal discipline, ang pulis dito ay pasaway. Pasaway, guys. Okay. Na laging nakikita ng kanyang superior officer. Okay. Mga minor offenses. Okay. Halimbawa, madalas ang pulis is madalas late. Madalas late. Okay. Madalas absent. Ano pa? Nakita na marumi. Katulad nung nangyari doon sa Hulu-Sulu, nakakatakot yun eh. Kaya lang, mali naman yung ginawa kasi ng kernel eh. Nakita niya na una yung pulis, mahaba daw ang buhok. Binigyan niya ng warning, mahaba ang buhok mo. Walang hiya eh, nung mahaba ang buhok daw. Nung makita niya pangalawa, akala niya siguro kadete lang yung tao. Okay, akala siguro kadete or kaya trainee ng PU1. Pangalawang nakita ni Provincial Director, nasa checkpoint. Pangalawang nakita niya, mahaba pa rin yung buhok. Alam mo ginawa? Okay. Nagpahanap ng gunting. Gugupitan in front of many people. Pero bago niya ginawa yon, sinipa niya muna. Binaril siya. Binaril siya ng staff sergeant. Pagkatapos ang barilin, okay, nakialam yung mga bodyguard, nakipagbarilan, patay na yung provincial director. Yung mga ganong offense, yung tatawag natin na breach of internal discipline. Kita niya, hindi nagpapagupit, mahaba ang buhok, ayan. Hindi man lang siguro iniisip ni Colonel na hindi man lang iniisip siguro ni Colonel na hindi niya kinonsider na na tawag, hindi naman excuse. Pero siyempre, hindi man lang niya kinonsider na merong tawag dito, lockdown. May pagupitan kaya. Buti sana kung meron talagang official na tagagupit. Hindi man lang niya inimbestigahan. Sa breach of internal discipline kasi guys, may due process eh. Okay. Although binigyan niya na ng isang warning. Pero yung pangalawang nakita niya, tapos nagpahanap siya ng gunting, pagkatapos na nagpahanap ng gunting, habang papalapit doon, sinipa niya, wala, hindi talaga acceptable yon. Binaril siya nung sarento. Hindi naman yun trainee, police trainee. Hindi naman yun kadete. Akala niya siguro, kadete, parang sa PNP, graduate pa naman ng PNP yung opisyal. Sinipa niya yung sarento, binaril siya ni Sarge. Di uwi siya ng nakakahon dito sa kanyang probinsya, sa Cordillera. Okay. So again pag citizens complaint, may inagrabyado na citizens, nag-file ng complaint ang citizen. Sa breach of internal discipline, ang pulis ay pasaway. Hindi nagpapagupit, wala sa ayos yung damit, okay, amoy alak, lousy manamit, mga ganon. Breach of internal discipline yon. Summary dismissal cases, pasaway dito yung pulis, either with notice or without notice. So, yan ang mga grounds, guys. Yan ang mga subject siya na sa disiplina. So, administrative offenses covered by disciplinary system. Ano ba ang pwedeng gawin ng isang pulis na pwede siyang file ng complaint ng citizens? Okay. Ito guys, sa mga simpleng offenses lang ito. Marami pang mga offenses. Halimbawa, neglect of duty or nonfeasance. Pumunta ng station ang citizen or kaya biktima ng krimen yung citizen. Pagkatapos later on, nakakita siya ng pulis. Okay. Sir, nanghingi ng tulong. Pero ang ginawa ng pulis, pinabayaan lang. That's nonfeasance, guys. That's nonfeasance. Pwede ba siyang ireklamo? Pwede siyang ireklamo through citizens complaint. Saan ba siya pa-file ng kaso? Nasa tao yon. Pero mamaya, pag-usapan natin kung saan pwedeng filean. Pwede sa mayor, pwede sa chief of police, pwede sa pleb. Yon. Doon pwedeng lumapit ang mga citizens. sa chief of police niya, sa mayor, or kaya sa pleb. Kung hindi nagresponde. Ano ba? Irregularities in the performance of duty or misfeasance. Mayroong trabaho. Pagkatapos sa mayroong trabaho ngayon, guys, mali-mali, obviously parang mali yung pagkagawa ng pulis. Nagreklamo ngayon yung tao. No, nireklamo siya sa pleb. Misfeasance. Misconduct or malfeasance. Ayan. Nangotong ang pulis, kinutungan siya. So, misconduct yon or malfeasance. Incompetence. Mali yung trabaho niya. Oppression. Nang-api siya. Binuli niya. Hinaras niya yung tao. Nag-file ngayon ng complaint. Hindi kay tulpo hindi kay tulpo. Okay. So, oppression, dishonesty. Okay. Disloyalty to the government. Yun guys, yun ang mga pwedeng cover ng tinatawag natin na citizens complaint. Pasawayang pulis, ito naman, breach of discipline, simple misconduct and negligence, okay? Inutusan ng supervisor, hindi sumunod, insubordination, madalas late sa flag ceremony or kaya absent sa flag ceremony, pumapasok ng lasing, habitual drunkenness, o nahuli na nagsusugal. Ayan. Yan ang sinasabi natin na acts constituting breach of discipline in the PNP. So, saan siya pwedeng mag-file ng complaint? Yan. Kanina pinag-usapan natin. Saan siya pwedeng mag-file ng complaint? Pwede siyang mag-file ng complaint sa Chief of Police. Okay. Sa Chief of Police, sa mayors, or kaya sa People's Law Enforcement Board. Okay. Sir, ano naman ang possible na penalty na po pwedeng may impose sa police? Pag nasa Chief of Police siya, nag-file ng Okay guys, let me continue it. So, saan pwedeng mag-file ng complaint ang citizens kapag halimbawa na biktima siya ng pulis? Admin admin. Iba pa yung kriminal Iba pa yung kriminal. Siyempre kapag kriminal, mag-file siya ng kaso sa court kapag kriminal. Pero kung administrative, eto lang ang magkaiba yun magkaiba. Pero sir, what if pa-file ng kriminal? Pwede yun Once that you file a criminal case against the policeman, it follows administrative. Kaya pag nag-file ng kriminal, pag nag-file ka na ng kriminal, halimbawa na i-file na yung criminal information, you can get the criminal information from the prosecutor or from the court, and that criminal information will serve as a basis in filing administrative complaints against the police. Sa citizen yan, either mag-file siya sa Chief of Police, mag-file siya sa Mayor of Cities or Municipalities, or mag-file siya sa pleb. Okay, yan ang pwede niyang pag-filean. Ngayon, kapag sa Chief of Police, ano ang penalty na pwedeng mai-sanction ng Chief of Police? Ang penalty na pwedeng mai-sanction ng Chief of Police is reprimand or admonition, pagalitan yung police, ano pa? Restrictive custody. Pag sinabing restrictive custody, yung police hindi pa lalabasin. Pansamantala guys, o restrictive custody ka, hindi ka makakalabas dito sa stations. Dito ka lang magtambay. Ano ba? Forfeiture of salary or benefits. Okay, ipo-forfeit yung kanyang salary at saka yung kanyang benefits and or suspension for the period of 15 days. Yan. Yun ang pwedeng penalty na ma-impose ng Chief of Police sa police officers. Ang pinakamabigat is siyempre yung suspension of 15 days at or forfeiture ng kanyang sweldo sa loob ng 15 days at yung mga allowances at saka mga benefits. Yun ang kayang gawin ng Chief of Police. Pagdating naman sa mayor, same. Reprimand, okay, restrictive custody, forfeiture of salaries, benefits, and suspension up to 30 days. Okay, up to 30 days. Yan ang pwedeng magawa ng mayor laban sa nireklamo na pulis. Pagdating naman sa PLEB, sa People's Law Enforcement Board, ganon din ang penalty. Pero may dalawang dinagdag. Ano yung dinagdag? May kapangyarihan ang PLEB to demote the police officer or dismiss the police officer. Yan. So therefore, the pleb can reprimand the police, can restrict in custody the police, subject him to restrictive custody, okay, can forfeit his benefits, salary and benefits, and suspend him, okay, up to 30 days, and demote or dismiss him from the service. So yon. Ano pa ang isang ano ng pleb? Pwede din sa pleb na ngayon kapag may reklamo ang citizens sa police, pwede niyang idiretso dito sa pleb at kung wala siyang jurisdiction, ang pleb na ang bahalang mag-submit kung saan dito. On breach of discipline, sino ang pwedeng mag-penalize sa police kung sa pasaway na police? Una, the chief of police or equivalent supervisor. Same penalty sa breach of internal discipline. Restrictive custody, reprimand, forfeiture of salaries and benefits, pagkatapos suspension up to 15 days. Sa provincial director naman, ganun din. Reprimand, restrictive custody, forfeiture of salary and benefits, and suspension up to 30 days. 30 days. Pagdating naman sa regional directors or equivalent supervisors, same. Reprimand, restrictive custody, and then we have this forfeiture of salary and benefits, and suspension up to 60 days. Okay, suspension of up to 60 days, demotion, and dismissal. So may power ang regional director na i-demote at i-dismiss ang police. Sa chief PNP naman, same. Reprimand, restrictive custody to specified limits, and then other than restrictive custody, yung forfeiture of salaries, allowances, benefits, okay, and suspension up to 180 days, demotion, and dismissal. Ayan. Yan ang nasa Chief PNP. How about sa summary dismissal cases? Ang may power na mag summary dismiss ang sa pulis ay NAPOLCOM, Chief PNP, at saka regional directors. Yan ang may power na mag-dismiss sa pulis, mag-summary dismiss sa pulis. Kailan isa-summary dismiss? Isa-summary dismiss siya kapag strong or malakas. Kung ang pulis ay recidivist, kung ang pulis guys ay nakakommit ng serious offense, or kaya yung offense na unbecoming of a police officer. Yan. Summary yon, dismissal. Meron pang isang summary without notice. Ano yon? Yung absence, continuing absence for the period of 30 days. Okay. Absent ang pulis ng 30 days. Wala man lang tawag, wala man lang text, etc. Summary dismissal yon. Summary dismissal yon. Next question now guys is, kapag na-dismiss ang pulis, saan siya mag-a-appeal? Okay. Ganito muna, i-remind ko muna sa inyo. Kapag sinuspende ang pulis guys, pag sinuspende siya, pwede ba siyang mag-appeal? The answer is no. Suspension is not appealable. Okay? Kapag sinuspende ang pulis, hindi available ang appeal. Ang appealable lang na kaso, final and executory yun. Pag sinabi ng chief of police, suspendido ka 10 days. Appealable? No. Hindi siya makakapag-appeal. Final and executory na yun. At kapag sinuspindi siya, without pay yun. Without pay yun. So ganoon, kaya sinasabi nila na matigas ang ulo ng mga pulis. Hindi takot sa opisyal, nangungutong pa rin. Naku guys, katarantaduhan yun. Ang takot lang ng mga pulis sa kanilang chief of police. Kaya kung gumawa yan ng kalokohan, basically, merong sanction yan ng kanilang superior. They know it. They sanction it. May parte sila dyan. Takot lang ng mga pulis sa kanilang superior officer. Napaka-powerful niyan. Hindi appealable yung suspension. Okay. So, ano lang ang pwedeng i-appeal? Ang pwede lang i-appeal, dalawang penalty lang ang pwedeng i-appeal ng pulis. Ano yon? Una, demotion. Pangalawa, dismissal. Yun lang ang appealable. Dinemote siya or dinismiss siya, pwede siyang mag-appeal. Question, saan siya mag-appeal? Saan siya mag-appeal? This is the process. Una, kapag ang nag-dismiss sa kanya or ang nag-demote sa kanya ay regional director, pleb, or kaya mayor, mag-a-appeal siya sa regional affiliate board. Sa regional affiliate board. Ngayon, pag natalo siya sa regional affiliate board, mag-a-appeal siya sa Secretary of the Department of Interior and Local Government. Kapag natalo siya sa Civil Service Commission, yun na ang final. Pwede pa siyang mag-appeal? Hindi na. Yun ang final, guys. Pero kung nakakita siya ng abuse of discretion, napansin niya may abuse of discretion sa pag-dismiss or pag-demote sa kanya, meron pang natitirang remedy. Anong remedy yon? Yun ang remedy ng certiorari under Rule 65 of the Rules of Court. Ano itong certiorari? Extraordinary remedy ito na pwede niyang questionin ang desisyon ng RAB, ng Secretary ng Interior at saka ng Civil Service for grave abuse of discretion. Kukwestiyonin niya before the Court of Appeals. So, maghahanap na siya ng judicial remedy. Judicial remedy na yon. Kung nakikita niyang may grave abuse of discretion. Sir, ano naman itong National Appellate Board? Ang National Appellate Board naman, dito mag-a-appeal ang pulis kapag ang nag-suspend or kapag ang nag-demote or nag-dismiss sa kanya ay chief PNP or kaya ang nag-recommend ng dismissal ay ang ah, Inspector General ng IAS. Okay. Inspector General ng IAS, Chief PNP, pasok siya sa National Appellate Board, natalo siya sa National Appellate Board, punta ng Secretary ng DILG, natalo siya, Civil Service Commission. Final na yon. Pag nakita niyang may grave abuse of discretion, same, certiorari through Court of Appeals or Court of Appeals through certiorari. Giving orders. Pagbibigay ng utos. Giving orders, guys, or pagbibigay ng utos. Kayo dyan, later on, pag mga baguhan kayo, kayong utusan. Pero dapat marunong kayong makiramdam. Later on, kayo din ang magbibigay ng utos in law enforcement organization. There are 4 classification of orders. Okay. We have what we call command or direct orders. We have request orders. We have implied orders. And we have call for volunteers. Okay. Kailan binibigay or ini-issue itong command or direct orders? Sa isang emergency, guys, or kinakailangan ng swift action. Halimbawa, may isang incident. Pagkatapos sa may isang incident, you are participant to the responder. Okay. Malaki ang tiwala sa iyo ng iyong superior. Inutusan ka. Take the shots. Ikaw ngayon ang mag-react. Yun. Pag binigyan ka, guys, ng ganyang klaseng order, yung command or direct orders, isa lang ibig sabihin yan. May tiwala sa iyo. May tiwala sa iyo yung superior mo. Binigyan ka ng direct orders. Again, direct orders, guys, is being issued during emergency situation or the situation entails a swift action or need a swift action. Mabilisan na action. So, direct orders ang binibigay. Another one, request orders. Yung request orders na ito, ini-issue lang ito kapag halimbawa, yung inuutusan mo is mas matanda sa iyo. Okay. Lieutenant ka, police lieutenant ka, tapos ang utusan mo is Master Sergeant, Executive Master Sergeant or SPO4. Okay. Request na lang, magpakisuyo ka. Okay, or kaya, yung nature ng iyong utos ay someone na yung kailangan ng participation. Hindi naman siya mandated kung kailangan lang ng participation. Ayan. So, request orders yon. Ngayon, kung gusto mo namang, kung ikaw nakikita mo na nagbigay ng implied orders, so halimbawa, kailangan itong papel na ito kailangan document na ito na ihatid dito sa kabilang opisina So, urgent ito na matanggap nila. Nakikinig ka. Nakikinig ka. Magkaroon ka na ng initiative. Sir, ako na po. Okay. Ako na po ang maghatid. Yan. Yan ang tinatawag natin na implied orders. Hindi nagbigay ng utos. Pero sa tenor ng kanyang nag-uutos. 3 kayo nandoon or 4 kayo nandoon. Pinapakiramdaman niya kung sino ang magbibigay ng order. Yan. Siyempre, pag hindi ka pag walang nagbigay ng order, ay may kayo doon. i-ano niya yon, ita-transfer niya yon or ita-transpose niya yon, i-convert niya yon into command or direct orders. Galit na yon. Okay. May ano ka na noon, may negative points na kayong 4 doon. Wala eh, nakikinig lang kayo eh. Oh, urgent itong dokumento na ito na kinakailangan malaman ni malaman ni COP eh. Okay. Eh nasa PCP kayo. Okay. So, ang dokumento na ito urgently needed ni Chief of Police ngayon, ni COP. Wala, tumingin lang kayo. Walang nag-volunteer. Tinawag ka na. Juan de la Cruz, ihatid mo nga ito dito. Galit na yon. Wala na kayo magagawa doon. Utos yun eh. Pag hindi mo sinunod yun, insubordination yun. So, wag na magantay ng ganon. So, nag-utos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Walang nag-volunteer. Sir, ako na po maghahatid. May motor naman ako eh. Yan. 4. Call for volunteers for the tasks that are generally unpleasant. Yan ang mga classification ng order. Moral. Ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng moral? Hindi yung morality moral na with E. Okay, moral na with E. Hindi yung moral na moral. Okay, yan moral. Katulad ngayon, ano bang reason bakit low moral daw mga pulis ngayon? Ano bang reason bakit low moral ang mga pulis ngayon? Bakit low moral ang mga pulis ngayon? Low moral ang mga pulis ngayon kasi hindi sila makakatanggap ng PBB, ng performance bonus. Okay, nag-announce ng BBM, wala kayong PBB. Bakit walang PBB ang mga pulis ngayon? Kasi hindi naayos ang documentation nila nung 2019, 2020. Okay, yung mga dokumento nila na mga isa-submit sa DBM ay hindi na i-submit last year. Okay. Kaya low moral ang mga pulis ngayon. Ang iba, sinisisi nila si General Sinas. Busy daw kasi si General Sinas, kaya ang mga documentation yan, hindi daw na ipasa. Ang sagot naman ng iba, yung mga supporter ni General Sinas, alam niyo ang sagot nila? Yan ay trabaho ng Deputy Director General for Administration. At sino ba yung Deputy Director General for Admin nung panahon ni General Sinas? Si General Elizar daw. Ay nako, si General Elizar. Kaya it's not the fault. Assuming na may fault si General Sinas. Pero hindi niya absolutely kasalanan. Kasi, bakit? Ang Chief PNP pa ba magtatrabaho noon? Di ba physically, ang Chief PNP, hindi naman naggagawa sa mga papel-papel yan. Okay. Sino ang magsasubmit noon sa Chief PNP for submission sa DBM? Okay. Kaninong opisina ang responsible sa preparation? Deputy Chief for Administration. Ang tanong, sino ang chief ng Deputy for Administration last year? Si General Elizar. Kaya kung may sisisihin daw, bakit hindi natanggap ang makakatanggap ang PBB ang PNP si General Elizar? Kasi hindi nila kinumply yung mga document na necessary for submission sa DBM. Tapos nagki-create pa sila ng animosity between AFP at saka PNP for the reason that the AFP will be receiving their PBB. Wala, maayos ang documentation ng AFP So yan. Kaya mababa ang moral ng PNP ngayon. Ito sa mga general na ito, sa mga colonel, wala yon. Magkano lang naman yung PBB? 10,000, 20,000? So maliit lang yon. Pero sa mga non-officer, patrolman, corporal, sergeants, 10,000, 20,000 is big enough. 2 linggo rin yatang pamalengke yun ng mga asawa nila. Okay. O, 1 linggo, 10,000. Pangalawang linggo, ano rin yun? Marami ring pang-ulam din yun, pambigas din ng asawa ng mga sarhento. Yun. Sa mga general, sa mga colonel, wala sa kanila yung 10,000, 20,000. Hindi masyadong significant yon. Pero sa mga mabababang rangko, significant yon. So, mababa ang moral ng PNP just because of that PBB. Oh, tapos yun nga sila, sino ba ang chief PNP nung time na yun? Sabi si General Sinas. What is si General Sinas? Sino ba ang chief kaninong trabaho ba yan specifically? Deputy for admin. Oh, Deputy for admin. Who was the deputy admin at the time? Oh, General Lizar. Hindi siyang may kasalanan. Kaya ngayon sinasabi ni General Lizar sa media na sinasabi niya, we are trying our best na maayos ang mga documentations na kailangan ng DBM para naman yung mga pulis mabigyan ng PBB dahil pinaghirapan naman nila. Oo nga, pinaghirapan nila. Ang problema, may proseso kasi. Dahil hindi naman kasi basic salary yon, bonus yun eh. Bonus yun. Kaya sa bonus, kinakailangan i-comply ang mga documentations. So what is moral? Moral is a state of mind which reflects the degree to which a member of an organization has confidence in the organization and the other members of his work group. Also a reflection of the degree to which an employee believes in the objectives of the organization and desire to accomplish them. Yan ang moral. Factors that affect moral. Ano ba yung mga factors na makaka-apekto sa moral? Quality of leadership. Okay. Kung naniniwala ka, katulad ng dating panahon ni Sinas, talagang mataas ang moral ng mga ng mga police officers. Why? Siyempre, full support sa kanila si General Sinas eh. Mataas din ang moral nila nung panahon ni Kaskulan. Kasi, mahal na mahal sila ni Kaskulan eh. Salary levels and other remuneration received by employees including fringe benefits. So, yung mataas na sweldo. Levels of discipline in the organization, quality of supervision received, opportunity for individual growth and promotion, working condition in general. So, yan. Ano pa mga nagpapataas ng moral? Yung mga criteria. Paano mo ba masasabi na mataas ang moral ng mga tao mo? Paano mo masasabi? First, on the quality and quantity of work performed. Yan. So, gaano ba kadami ang sa accomplishment nila? Ano ang mga na-accomplish nila? At yung quality. Alang accomplish. Ano nga sila? Assuming na ito nga, ang daming ang naimbestigahan. Pero walang pag nag-imbestiga naman, puro naman dismiss ang kaso. Dismiss naman ang dismiss. Ay, mahina yung quality. Absentee rates. Maraming pala absent. Okay, ano pa? Volume of negative disciplinary action. Maraming nasususpinde. Ayan. Maraming nadidismiss. Ibig sabihin, mababa ang moral. Maraming reklamo. Number of grievances reported. Group cohesiveness. General appearance of personnel. Manamit. Wala sa ayos. Okay. Mga manifestations of low moral. General accident rates, attitude towards the leadership and goals of a group. Wala, hindi believe sa mga opisyal nila. Yan ang mga manifestations na mababa ang moral. Next one. So let us now proceed to the evolution of the policing system. So, evolution of the policing system. Yan ang topic na in-include pa dyan. So, let us start guys pag sinabing policing, ano bang ibig sabihin ng policing? Policing means obedience to law, enforcement of law. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng policing. Pagpapatupad ng batas, enforcement of laws. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng policy. So, ang guys, ang policing system or ang pagpapatupad ng batas natin can be traced back during the period of Lex Taliones, during the prehistoric times, wherein the enforcement of laws is governed by what we call law of talions, Lex Taliones, which the justice is typically an individual matter, which punishment is usually based on the simple notion of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, oculo pro oculo, dente pro dente. Yan ang ng Lex Taliones. So how this work, guy? Ano itong Lex Taliones na oculo pro oculo, dente pro dente, or an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth? How this works? Ganito yan. Wala silang institution na nagpaparusa sa mga taong nakagawa ng offense sa kapwa nila. Wala silang mechanics na ganun. Ang mechanics nila is it's your business. It's your affair. Kapag ikaw ay naagrabyado, ikaw ay naging biktima ng krimen, dala mo 'yan. So what will you do? Sabi ng mga tao during the prehistoric time, pag ikaw na biktima ng krimen, kausapin mo yung nambiktima sa iyo. Singilin mo muna. Pinatay ko, bayaran mo ako. Anong dinidemand bayad? Ay, ibigay mo sa akin yung anak mo para maging slave ko. Pinatay mo ang kapatid ko, then yung pag-aari mo na lupa, ibigay mo sa akin yan as payment mo sa pagpatay sa anak ko or sa kapatid ko. Yan ngayon yung Lex Taliones. What if the offender refused to pay? Hindi ako magbabayad. Doon ngayon papasok yung an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Doon ngayon papasok. Ayaw mo. Sige. Gaganti ngayon yung kamag-anak ng biktima laban doon sa pumatay sa kanyang kapatid. Gagantihan nila. Pag gumante, gaganti rin. Nauwi na lang sa gantihan. Ayan. Nauwi na lang sa gantihan. So, doon guys, yan ang oculo pro oculo, dente pro dente, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Okay. Nabiktima ka, ikaw ang mag-seek ng hustisya para ma-vindicate, para ma-retribute ang ginawa sa iyong krimen. Yun ang law of talion. Now, naging hari si King Hammurabi. Okay. When King Hammurabi became king, he disapproved that kind of system. Ayaw ko ng ganyang sistema. Why? Because it creates disorder in his kingdom. Sabi niya, wala, gantihan na lang eh. Hindi ganun ang tamang hustisya, sabi ni King Hammurabi of Babylon. Yung Iraq ngayon. Hindi ganyan ang tamang hustisya. Okay. Dapat, sabi niya, matigil yan. Diyan lang mag-stop. So, anong ginawa niya? Ang ginawa ni Hammurabi, from now on, violating or offending another people is a violation not only of him, but a violation or an attack against me. Therefore, the victim is prohibited from taking revenge, but rather it should be the government of Hammurabi. It should be the king who will take revenge on the behalf of the victim. Kaya yung krimen, guys, nung panahon ni Hammurabi ay ginawang public crime. Hindi na siya private matter. Ginawa ng public. Mabibigat ang penalty, mabibigat ang penalty. So, eto ang mga penalty. Pero hindi kayo ang mag-impose ng penalty, kundi ang mag-impose is the government. Because the action is an action against the people. It is not just against the victim. Kaya simula noon, okay, ang Criminal Act ay naging transgression laban sa government at hindi sa biktima. Doon nagsimula guys yan. Kay Hammurabi. So, pinalitan ni Hammurabi yung konsepto ng law of talons or lex taliones, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Pinalitan ni Hammurabi yan. So, in short guys, sa panahon ni Hammurabi hanggang sa panahon natin ngayon, di ba mapapansin ninyo kapag nakagawa ng krimen, di ba yung kaso, it's not about the two offending party. Hindi katulad sa civil case, Juan de la Cruz versus Pedro San Luis, mga ganon. Kung sino ang magkalaban, dalawa sila. Pero sa kriminal, hindi ganon. People of the Philippines versus Juan de la Cruz. Yan ang pinamana na legacy ni Hammurabi guys sa buong mundo. Yung pag-transfer niya, yung pag-convert niya ng krimen from private matter to public offense. Yan ang ipinamana ni Hammurabi guys sa sibilisasyon natin. So hanggang ngayon, sinusunod natin yan. Hindi na personal na revenge ang ginagawa sa pagbibiktima, kundi yan ay ginawang official na revenge na tinitake noong government. The Nile River Police in Egypt. So, during the Egyptian Empire, guys, way back 1340 before Christ or BC, may mga ini-establish na mga soldiers, okay, na mga army, okay, sa templo ng Egypt. So, of course, but the soldiers and temple officials were responsible for enforcing the law. But only the law that are committed against the wealthy, against the ruling elite, okay, which aim to protect their property. So in short guys, ang pulis ay para talaga protektahan yung mga members ng aristocrat family. Yung mga kings, okay, at saka yung kanyang mga kamag-anak kasi merong social stratification noong araw. So yun guys ang mission ng Nile River Police sa Egypt. Pumasok itong Roman Empire. Pagpasok nitong Roman Empire, tinatuyo itong Praetorian Guard. Okay. So, nung tinayo itong Praetorian Guard, guys, itong si Emperor Augustus ng Rome. So, tinayo niya itong Praetorian Guard at saka yung vigils. So, ano itong vigils? Okay. Itong vigils, ito yung counterpart ng Praetorian Guard. Na ang mission ng vigils, tinayo siya bilang tawag dito. Tinayo siya bilang mga bumbero. Kaya yung forerunner ng mga pulis sa Rome, mga bumbero. Kaso nga lang, yung mga bumbero, walang ginagawa kapag walang sunog. Kinasuswelduhan sila. Nag-isip ngayon si Emperor Augustus kung ano ang pwedeng ipagawa sa mga bumbero habang walang sunog. So dinagdagan sila ng trabaho na magpatrol sa City of Rome. So, at saka mag-maintain ng peace and order. Kaso nga lang, siyempre itong mga ito nagpapatrol sa City of Rome, dressed in ordinary clothes, and keeping a watch over the general public. Ang problema dito sa mga vigils na ito, naging malupit na binigyan sila ng extraordinary power na kapag may nahuhuli, pwede na rin nilang parusahan. Nahuli nila, prosecute nila, sila nga na mag-i-impose ng parusa. Kaya doon nagsimula yung salitang vigilante. Vigilante. Di ba yung mga vigilante, ito yung mga grupo ng mga tao na ini-enforce ang batas. Sa pag-i-enforce ng batas, sila na rin ang nagbibigay ng penalty. Kaya nagsimula ang salitang vigilante sa vigils. So, doon muna tayo guys. Hello. Balik na lang tayo ng alauna.
Yes, sir.
Copy po, sir.
Thank you po.
Yes
Sabi
po,
po,
sir.
sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Tan. Tan. Tan.
Oh, oh,
Kumain ka na.
bakit?
Pre, kumain ka na.
Ba't manlilibre ka ba, boy?
Then, remind lang po ako sa attendance sila for afternoon po.
Sige, sir.
Okay po.
Go ahead, sir.
Film students po, remind ko lang po kayo for attendance this afternoon po. Kindly put your names po in the chat box po. Salamat po. Again po, palagay na lang po ng inyong full name sa chat box natin for attendance by this afternoon. Thank you po. Din, thank you po, Din.
Okay po. pinakasinungaling sa miyembro ng pamilya niyo? Hindi na siya yung dad. So in 5 minutes, we'll resume. 5 minutes. Kung nakaraang linggo, pinakita ko sa inyo kung okay, let us proceed. Okay, let us resume. Let us resume. Kanina, we started from the law of talions, wherein justice is served by the victim himself, until such time that Hammurabi changed it and considered that transgression of law in relation to a crime committed against another is not a private matter, but rather it is an offense against the kingdom. Therefore, it should be penalized by the government. It should be penalized by the king. So, until such time that the empires rise, several empire rise, okay? So, and then later on, the Roman Empire also fell. When it fell, guys, then uh, Europe returned to Dark Ages again. Bumalik na naman siya sa tinatawag na Dark Age. Doon sa Dark Age, guys, yun yung period na medyo magulo na naman. Magulo na naman because the empires then fell, nagkagulo-gulo, kanya-kanya na naman. Nauso yung mga Vikings, ayan. So, pagbagsak ng mga empires, bumalik sa Dark Ages, notably sa England, bumalik na naman yung tinatawag natin na individual justice and punishment. Doon pa rin bumalik sa tinatawag natin na an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. So, yun ang ngayon ang nangyari. So, yun ang sinasabi natin ngayon dito during the period of 400 to 800. Okay. So, AD na ito. After death na. So, it was the time that the Roman Empire fell. Victims and their families remained responsible for suing and punishing perpetrators within their communities. Administration of justice and punishment was inconsistent and there was no organized system of policing. Punishment were typically severe. In cases where the truth of the accusation is disputed, the accused is given the opportunity to prove his innocence by predetermined trial by ordeal. Ang pinakasikat niya nung panahon na yan ay yung trial by combat. Trial by combat. So, ayan. And then, during the time of Alfred the Great, okay, panahon ni Alfred the Great, kung nanonood kayo nung The Last Kingdom sa Netflix, doon nyo makikita kung ano ang naging buhay ni Alfred the Great. Although it is fiction, dahil may konting palit na, may konting fiction na, or marami ang fiction, pero may konting katotohanan, especially si Alfred the Great. So, nung panahon ni Alfred the Great, guys, yung system of policing, inintroduce niya itong tinatawag natin na tithing system. So, what this tithing system is all about? So, itong tithing system, yung mga nasasakop ni Alfred the Great na lugar, para ma-ensure niya yung control in each place, he divide the geographic areas, the region, okay? The region that he conquer. Kasi siyempre uso yung mga conqueror nung araw, kino-conquer yung mga lugar-lugar. Okay. Pag may nako-conquer siya, so he divided the region that he conquered into a geographic unit which he called hundreds. So, ano yung hundreds? Yung hundreds na yon, ito yung place consisting 100 families. Halimbawa, sa isang area may 100 families. Yung 100 families na yon, i-divide niya into 10 families. Sa bawat 10 families, yun ang tinatawag niya na tithing system. Sa bawat 10, so, yun ngayon ang units na nagko-consist sa tinatawag na hundreds. Ngayon, sa bawat 10, they would be responsible with all members of the respective groups. Halimbawa, 10 kayo you will follow the law. Kaya, you will follow the law. Okay. Ngayon, anyone among 10 who will violate the law, all of the 10 will be penalized. Yan. Yun ang ng tithing system. So therefore, these 10 families will take care of each other. Will ensure that nothing or no one among them will violate the law. Kasi if one of them violates the law, all of the members of the tithing will be penalized. Kaya, of course, they will live harmoniously yung 10 na yon. They will live harmoniously. Kasi kapag nag-away sila, may nangyaring krimen doon, somebody committed a crime, all of them will be penalized. So, binabantayan nila yung isa't isa. So ngayon, out of these hundreds na sinasabi, yun ang tinatawag, ang kabuuan noon, tatawagin niyang shire, and then, ang shire, so meron tinatawag na ribs, so yun tinatawag nilang shire rib system. 10, tithing, tapos into hundreds. Dito sa hundreds na ito, magdi-designate siya ng tinatawag na shire, okay, na ribs, and then tinatawag niya yun na shire, magdi-designate ng isang rib, at yung rib na yon, merong isang tinatawag na locally elected na constable who will ensure that the law and order maintained throughout this region. So, pero syempre, it started from the tithing system na tinatawag. So, yun ang panahon ni Alfred the Great. So, later on guys, as the time goes, way back 1885, so nagkaroon ng order, itong tinatawag natin na Statute of Winchester, or sometimes they call it Statute of Westminster. Winchester or Westminster. And then dito sa Statute of Winchester at saka Westminster, okay, it requires that all men between 15 to 60 years old of England should bear a sword or should bear an arms. What is the purpose of this arm? The purpose of this arm is to prepare each man or each man to defend the kingdom, to defend their place in the kingdom. Kasi noong araw kasi required talaga yan na that one, any able citizen shall fight whenever the king calls them to fight. So kaya nire-required sila na lumaban kapag sa gera, kapag tinawag sila ng king to fight in defense of the kingdom. Okay. So therefore, mapapansin niyo noong araw, pag umidad ng minsan nga 13, pero ang standard is 15. Pag umidad na 15 years old yung bata noong araw, o magpi-15 na, nakaredy na yung magulang yan, paggagawa na yan ng magandang sword. At yung sword na yon, magiging magiging kasabay niya yon, magiging partner niya yon hanggang sa pagtanda. Until now, they brought that traditions, yung right to bear arms. Diba? Sa Britain at saka sa United States, it is the right to bear arms. Karapatan nila na mag-bear ng arms. So, yan guys, yan ang tinatawag natin na Statute of Westminster or Statute of Winchester. And then later on, yung tinatawag na watch and ward system was also introduced. Ano itong watch and ward system? Dito, since that everyone is carrying or bearing arms, so they are also required or mandated to defend their neighborhood. So therefore, if someone is being victimized by a criminal, okay, or his house or his home, for example, is being burglarized, pinasok ng lawless elements. So the homeowner or the resident can get out of the house. Pwede siyang or required na lumabas ng bahay and shout. Okay, yun ang tinatawag natin na hue and cry in relation to watch and ward system. Sisigaw siya, pag sumigaw siya, yung mga kapitbahay niya are bound to get out of their houses and defend and help to pursue the intruder. And if someone refuse or failed to rescue, guys, he might face the risk of being charged as one of the cohorts of a criminal or co-conspirator of a criminal. Yan ang sinasabi natin na watch and ward at saka yung UN cry. So, bawat isa magbibir ng arms dito sa Statute of Winchester at the age of 15 to 60, and while doing that, okay, they are adopting the what we call watch and ward system. So bantayan or ang kanilang mga kasama, ang kanilang mga kapitbahay. At kapag ang isa sa community ay nabiktima, he will get out of the house and shout. And the neighborhood guys are obliged to get out of their house and rescue the victim or pursue the perpetrator of the crime. So yan ang sumunod na way ng policing. So moreover guys, hanggang sa 1326, so the king appointed the justices of the peace, okay, yung pinaka-judges nila, kapag sinong may kasalanan, okay, doon ngayon dadalhin, and for him to decide kung ano yung magiging sanction or penalty doon sa law violator. Now, fast forward in 1748. So, merong nag-volunteer, merong nagpapogi, si Henry Fielding at saka yung kanyang kapatid na si John Fielding. They voluntarily, anyway, si Henry Fielding guys is a magistrate, judge. Pag sinabing magistrate, judge. So, kapag ang magistrate kasi sa magistrate kasi dinadala yung mga nagkakaroon ng kasalanan. Tapos siyang nagde-decide kung ano ang magiging penalty. Later on, Henry Fielding established these Bow Street Runners. Itong Bow Street Runners, nagpapatrol ito ng gabi. Pagkatapos, kapag may mga taong nabibiktima ng krimen, especially sa pagpatay or pagnanakaw, they are the one who investigate it. Kaya sinasabi na yan ang mga first paid detectives, yung tinatawag natin na Bow Street Runners. So, nagpapatrol sila to defend their village, but if, for example, crime is still committed, they are investigating it. Pagkatapos nilang maimbestigahan yan, mapaparusahan yung gumawa ng krimen. Later on, the Bow Street Runners became so popular because of their effectiveness and their reputation of being incorruptible and determined. So tumagal-tagal din ng kung ilang taon ang Bow Street Runners. Until such time, guys, that the brothers, Henry Fielding, in this group, yan, ang isa pang sikat na kasamahan dyan sa Bow Street Runners, si Henry Goddard. So yung sa Kalikak family, guys, yung researcher doon sa Kalikak family, so yun sila Henry Fielding, si John Fielding, yung kapatid ni Henry Fielding, at saka sina Goddard. So later on, they decided to disband the Bow Street Runners for a known reason. So dinisband nila yung Bow Street Runners. Matagal-tagal din na nagsilbi ang Bow Street Runners pagkatapos dinisband nila. So balik na naman sa dati ang England. Balik na naman sa dati. Wala na namang protector paggabi. Wala na namang investigator just in case na may krimen na nangyari. That prompted Sir Robert Peel, si Sir Robert Peel, isang member ng parliament, that prompted him to think, why not establish a formal or yung talagang masasabi na permanent na law enforcement service doon. So with that, he sponsored the Metropolitan Act of 1829. Okay, he established this, he sponsored this Metropolitan Police Act of 1829. leading to the establishment of the London Metropolitan Police. Yan. Na hanggang ngayon sikat na sikat pa rin. Okay, yung investigative arm niyan, yung tinatawag natin na Scotland Yard. So, because of the modernity of this law enforcement organization, yung London Metropolitan Police, Sir Robert Peel was then regarded as the father of modern policing system. So, ano ba yung feature? Bakit ba sinabi na modern? Okay, but there are several principles of metropolitan police which many of the countries adopted, including us. O kasi ang policing system naman natin is kinopya naman natin sa Amerika. Okay. So, and the United States was a former colony of Great Britain. So, maraming mga ano dyan, maraming mga ma-influensyang tao dyan, galing din sa Britain. So, ano ang mga principles na ginaya ng maraming bansa tungkol dito sa Metropolitan Police Force ng London? Here is one of the principle. First, the police must be stable, efficient, and organized along military lines. Yan ang first na feature. So, organized, okay, stable, efficient, and organized along military lines. Second, the police must be under government control. That's the reason why kasi dati private. The absence of crime will best prove the efficiency of the police. So, yan ang isa sa mga modern feature. So the yardstick of police efficiency is the absence of crime. The distribution of crime news is essential. The deployment of police strength both by time and area is essential. No quality is more indispensable to a policeman than a perfect command of temper. A quiet, determined manner has more effect than violent action. Siguro familiar kayo dyan. Yung sinasabi na maximum tolerance. Good appearance commands respect. Kaya makikita nyo mga pulis, nire-required talaga na maayos ang appearance. Sa pananamit, sa mga gupit, sa haircut nila, even sa demeanor nila. So, nire-required for that principle that good appearance commands respect. Another is the securing and training of proper persons is at root of efficiency. That is the reason why in the recruitment of a police officers is thoroughly processed. Even the selection is carefully made. Public security demands that every police officer must be given a number. Kaya makikita mo yung mga police officer, may mga badge number. May badge at naka-indicate doon yung number niya lang talaga. Police headquarters should be centrally located and easily accessible to the people. So, makikita nyo bawat police stations, doon lagi sa strategic area makikita, and manned 24 hours, 24/7. May naka-duty. Policemen should be hired on a probationary basis, and police records are necessary to correct distribution of police strength. So you will notice that these principles of policing introduced by Sir Robert Peel becomes popular, including us, nakarating sa atin, and we adopted it. So, yun guys ang development ng policing system sa Europe and of course, sa atin naman, mapapansin natin paano dito sa atin. So, nasa 1751 nung dumating si Magellan dito, na kiniklaim ng iba na hindi pa civilized sa mga Pilipino. That's not true, guys. That is untrue. Kasi pagdating ni Magellan dito, the Philippines, yung mga islands dito were already united. Were already organized in a political unit. A political unit we called barangay. Yan, 'di ba? Balangay na sinasabi nila. Okay, we are already divided into a political unit na tinatawag natin na balangay or barangay. Now, itong barangay na ito is ruled by a dato, whose responsibility, aside from exercising all the powers such as executive, siya ang taga-enforce ng mga batas, legislative, siya rin ang tagagawa ng mga batas, sila ang gumagawa, at judicial, sila rin ang nagde-decide, is to maintain peace and order within his jurisdiction. The dato designated from among his warriors a chief warrior who together with some subordinates were charged with the duty to enforce the decrees, customs, and traditions, as well as practices and usages. And the dato appointed the chief warrior, which our historian called now as the chief of police. Yun daw ang counterpart ng chief of police ngayon, noong araw, nitong tinatawag na chief warrior. Dumating dito ang mga Spaniards, guys. How they introduce yung police system. So, yung mga police na nag-i-enforce ng mga batas dito sa Pilipinas ay yung mga sundalo, yung mga Spanish soldiers, guys. But you will notice the functions of the Spanish authorities has nothing to do with the people. Look at the functions of their soldiers. Una, suppression of brigandage by patrolling unpacified areas. Masakit ano, imaginein mo, dayo lang sila rito. Pagkatapos, dayo sila rito, sila ang naghahari-harian dito sa islands na ito. Pagkatapos, yung mga Indio, they called it Indio, na nagre-resist sa kanilang pananakop, ay tinatawag nilang brigand. Brigand means bandido. Brigandage. So pag brigandage, brigand, yun yung mga tao, tinatawag nilang bandido, bandit. Tayo pa naging bandido, my goodness. Dumayo sila rito, sinakop nila tayo. Yung paglaban natin is act of banditry, brigandage. So, yan. The detection of local or petty uprisings by spying upon the work and movements of the people. So, the enforcement of tax collection, including church revenues. Yan ang masakit yan. So, dumayo sila rito, sinakop tayo, tinatax pa tayo. Pakialam natin sa kanila, tinatax pa tayo. Including the payment of church. Okay, kasi nung araw, may unity ang church at saka yung state. United kasi yung church ang state, hindi katulad ngayon, separation na ang church and state. So, tinatax ng church ang mga tao na nasasakop. Later on, when they decided to stay here in the Philippines, tinayo nila itong tinatawag natin na Carabineros de Seguridad Publica. So, Carabineros de Seguridad Publica. So, naging police-like ito when reorganized and named Cuerpo de Seguridad Publica or Corps of Carabineros for Public Security. Its specific duties were watching and guarding the custom houses, rivers, seacoast, tobacco warehouses, and the prevention of entry of contraband. So you will notice that the function of this Carabineros de Seguridad Pública, later Cuerpo de Seguridad Pública, is to protect the interest of the Spanish conquistadores. Sila ang nanakop dito. O, protektahan. So talagang it has nothing to do with the people. So later on, tinayo nila yung tinatawag nila na cuadrilleros. Cuadrilleros, guys, is a group of armed men organized in each town by virtue of the royal decree. It provided that 5% of the able-bodied male inhabitants of each province was to be enlisted for 3 years. Duties consist of maintaining peace and order in the towns, patrolling, guarding the tribunal in prison cells, and other odd duties in the town. It was administered like a military unit, having officers of different ranks and enlisted men of different grades. Yan. So, parang yung counterpart din. Okay, counterpart din doon sa Statute of Winchester sa England na nire-require ng mga Spanish authorities na sa bawat province, 5% sa kanila ay mag-join or mag-enlist sa quadrilleros sa loob ng 3 taon. Okay. At ang duty niya is to maintain peace and order in the town. So, yun ang naging trabaho. Nagkaroon ng similarity ng pagiging police officer. Hanggang sa itong Guardia Civil, inintroduce na rin nila, pero itong Guardia Civil, guys, is actually a part of the army na ginagamit din ng church. So ginagamit din ng church. Ito na yung national in scope. Ito yung counterpart ng tinatawag natin na Philippine Constabulary kasi yung quadrilleros is local, while the Guardia Civil is national or nationwide. So part ng military itong Guardia Civil. So part ng narration, guys, wala tayong magagawa. Ito nasa table of specification, ha. Anyway, nasa table of specification yan ng development or ng evolution ng policing system or ng police organization dito sa atin. So, pumasok itong nag-revolt itong sina Andres Bonifacio. Pagkatapos, nung mag-rebelde sila, they were able to acquire specific area or territory in the country under their military control. So they were called insurrectos ng mga Spaniards or mga insurgents rebelde. So doon sa mga nasakop nila na lugar, okay, na-occupy nila na lugar, na control nila, bumuo sila ng gobyerno. Pagbuo nila ng gobyerno, nag-impose din sila ng mga tax doon sa nasakop nila na lugar. And of course, mayroong military conscription or yung pagkukonscript sa military sa mga insurgents. Nakasama sa kanilang functions is maintenance of peace and order. So kasama siya sa narrative ng ating police system. Ngayon, nagkaroon ng Spanish-American War. Alam naman natin na tayo ay naguyo. Si Aguinaldo naguyo ni Wildman, yung ambassador ng Amerika sa Hong Kong. Naguyo na sinabi na kasi hindi naman nila alam dito sa Pilipinas hindi nila kabisado. Alam nyo naman mga Amerikano, mahilig manggamit yan. User ng mga Amerikano eh. So naguyo nila si Aguinaldo na bumalik dito sa Pilipinas, suportahan daw nila, makibaka ulit sa mga Spaniards. 'Di ba? Dahil nung una 'di ba nakipagyera sina Bonifacio at Aguinaldo sa mga Spaniards dahil sa rivalry. Okay? Sa politika, alam mo niyo naman ang mga Pilipino, hindi tayo nanalo sa giyera dahil sa kagaguhan din ng mga ninuno natin. Nagkaroon ng rivalry si Bonifacio at saka si Aguinaldo. Pinapatay si Bonifacio. Nung pinapatay si Bonifacio, nagkawatak-watak ang katipunan. Nung magkawatak-watak, natalo sila ng mga Espanyol. Nung matalo sa iyo ng mga Espanyol, takbo ngayon sa Hong Kong si Aguinaldo. Pagdating doon sa Hong Kong, nag-self-exile siya doon. Pagdating doon sa pag-exile niya, at that time, nagkakaroon na ng war between Spain and America. So, naguyo siya ni Wildman na bumalik dito sa Pilipinas. So, suportahan daw nila. Pagkatapos na suportahan, ang tanong ngayon ni Aguinaldo, pagkatapos, anong mangyayari? Di free na kayo. Baka naman ma-interest kayo sa amin. Wala, sabi ni Wildman. Ang Cuba nga, pinalaya namin sa mga Espanyol. Pagkatapos, pinabayaan na namin. Ganon din mangyayari sa inyo. Pag napalaya sa mga Espanyol, okay na kayo, malaya na kayo. Anak ng to, pabalik ngayon si Aguinaldo. Pagbalik niya, balik ulit, gera ulit between Spain and Filipinos. At that time, may support na ng Amerika ang mga Pilipino. In short, to cut the story short, natalo ang Spain. Nung matalo, hindi natin alam, hindi naman pala actually natalo ang Spain. Nag-usap na pala itong Spain at saka yung Amerika na magbayad na lang ng $20 million ang Spain or ang Amerika sa Spain. Binenta na tayo ng Spain sa Amerika. Parang binenta na tayo ng Spain sa Amerika. Nung binenta na, natalo na yung Amerika, natalo na yung Spain. Nagtataka mga Pilipino, bakit patuloy pa rin ang pagdating ng mga sundalong Amerikano? Talo na nga. Anong lakad nila rito? Yun pala, nagpaparami sila rito, nagpapalakas para sakupin talaga tayo. Laban na naman ang mga Pilipino. At the time, Amerika na, Philippine-American War na. Pilipino laban sa Amerika. As usual, rivalry na naman between Antonio Luna and Aguinaldo. Pinapatay si Antonio Luna. Resulta, natalo na naman tayo. In short, natatalo tayo sa gera because of us. Nung matalo tayo, pasok na rito mga Amerikano. Okay. Nag-fall na ang Manila. Manila fell into the Americans and the city was placed under military rule. All powers of the government were vested upon the military governor and his representatives. And to restore peace and orders, kasi paanong hindi magkaroon ng peace and order paanong hindi magulo is katatapos lang ng giyera na natalo nga tayo. Siyempre may mga may mga umaalma pa rin ng mga Pilipino. Lumalaban pa rin sina Macario Sakay, sina Miguel Malvar, lumalaban pa rin guys yung mga laban sa Amerika. Sumuko na si Aguinaldo surrender na siya na-capture siya So to restore peace and order, Headquarters Philippine Division issued General Order Number 43 on August 8, 1899, vesting in the Lieutenant of the Police the powers to arrest. So, yan guys. Mapupunan ninyo yung nasa emblem. Yung nasa emblem guys ng ating PNP. Nandoon sino ang nandoon guys? Si Lapu-Lapu. Tapos ang ating emblem is yung kalasag. Tapos ang nakatayo doon si Lapu-Lapu because this symbolizes the history of our police organization, particularly the PNP. Yan, sila pula po ang nagsisimbolize doon. So ito na, 1901, medyo capture na ang ng Pilipinas noon. Established January 9, 1901, tinayo yung Metropolitan Police Force of Manila by virtue of Act number 70. So, pagkatapos yan ng Philippine-American War. And then, the Manila Police Department was created pursuant to Act number 183, dated July 31, with Captain George Curry as its first chief of police. So, siyempre, yung sumunod, yung mga first Filipino chief of police of Manila was Colonel Antonio Torres. So, to pursue further pacification, kasi marami pa rin umaalma ng mga Pilipino in the provinces, the Commission passed Act number 175 on July 18, 1901, entitled An Act Providing for the Organization and Government of Insular Constabulary and for Inspection of Municipal Police. Tinayo yung Insular Constabulary. Yung Insular Constabulary, guys, naging Philippine Constabulary yan later on. So, ang jurisdiction ng Insular Constabulary ay nationwide. Yun ang under siya dati ng Armed Forces ng United States. So, it was formally inaugurated on August 8, 1901 with Lieutenant Colonel Henry Allen as its chief. So, pagkatapos niyan, as I have mentioned, by virtue of Act number 255, the Insular Constabulary was renamed into Philippine Constabulary. So, pumutok ang First World War, World War I. Pagputok ng World War I, marami sa mga American soldiers and officers returned to US. Bumalik sila sa US for deployment in Germany. Kasi First World War yon, hindi Second World War, 1940s na ang Second World War. So, nung First World War, involved doon yung Amerika, ang ginawa nila, nagbalikan ng mga sundalong Amerikano at mga opisyal sa Amerika para ma-deploy sa Germany. So later on, sa Europe, gera sa Europe. And then later on, nag-iniwanan nila yung Pilipino na panghawakan yung Philippine Constabulary, and they designated Brigadier General Rafael Crame as the chief of the Philippine Constabulary in 1917. So at the time, guys, dalawa ang ating pulis, yung Philippine Constabulary at saka yung local police. Yung local police, yun yung mga police na mini-maintain ng mga local governments, LGUs, local government units, ng mga mayor, ng governor. Pero yung mga local police, under yon ng Philippine Constabulary. So they are subjected to inspection by the Philippine Constabulary. So let us proceed yung narrative. So the problem was, palapit na tayo sa PNP. The problem was, guys, is that yung mga local police, obviously, talagang masabi natin na napaka-unprofessional kasi unang-una, they were just thugs, local thugs being recruited by the mayor. Usually, yung mga siga-siga sa lugar sa bawat community na gustuhan ng mayor, re-recruitin ng mayor na maging pulis. Okay. So, ang iba hindi nakapag-aral, yung iba nakapag-grade 1, nakapag-grade 2, ganun lang. Basta matatapang lang at saka kayang pumutok ng baril. Nagiging pulis na yon nung araw. Local police. Walang problema sa Philippine Constabulary kasi ang Philippine Constabulary nire-required ang mga PC na high school graduate. Ang problema, yung mga local police. So, in order to address that problem, Congress enacted Republic Act number 4864, otherwise known as the Police Act of 1966. Okay, yun yung Police Act of 1966, Republic Act 4864. Tinayo nila dyan yung tinatawag natin na POLCOM, Police Commission. So, ngayon, ang POLCOM guys, siya yung may advisory power sa president kung ano ang mga policy na gagawin sa local police. Yan ang kauna-unahang batas na nag-professionalize sa local police. Yung Police Act of 1966. So, yan ang mga kauna-unahang composition ng POLCOM. Chairman si Brigadier General Crispino de Castro, members si Lokban, si Jolly Bugarin at saka si Fidel Ramos. Buhay pa yung si Fidel Ramos, dati nating president. So, by virtue of Presidential Decree number 466, martial law na yon, dated May 23, 1974, the POLCOM was renamed NAPOLCOM or National Police Commission. So, let us proceed. Ngayon, pumasok itong martial law. Okay, nung nagkaroon ng martial law guys, isa sa mga provisions ng 1973 Constitution. Kasi nung mag-martial law, pinawalang bisa ang 1935 Constitution. Pinawalang bisa ni President Marcos ang 1935 Constitution, gumawa ng Martial Law Constitution, the 1973 Constitution. So, under Section 12, Article 15 of the 1973 Constitution, it says that the state shall establish and maintain an integrated national police force whose organization and operation shall be provided by law. Yan. In order to realize this provision of the 1973 Constitution, ang ginawa ni President Marcos, nag-proclaim ng PD number 421. Dito sa Presidential Decree 421, pinagsama-sama niya yung mga municipal at saka city police, fire department, in jails into one. Lahat ng mga bumbero, jail guards, at saka yung mga police dito sa Metro Manila guys ay inintegrate. Yung bumbero, yung jail guards, ginawang police. Yung police naman, ginawang jail guards at saka mga bumbero. Pinagsama-sama at tinawag na Metropolitan Police Force. Okay? So yun ang una niyang ginawa. Okay? Pinagsama-sama yung mga bumbero, yung mga jail guards, at saka yung mga police in Metropolitan Manila para mabuo yung Metropolitan Police Force. Yan ang first wave, 421, 482, at saka 531. After that, in-issue niya yung Presidential Decree number 641. Ano naman ito? Lahat ng mga police, okay, sa probinsya. Okay, yung kasi wala namang bumbero sa mga probinsya. Okay. Yung guards, yung mga jails naman sa probinsya, yung provincial guards, provincial jail, hindi yun kasama. Hindi yun kasama yung mga provincial jail na natili sila sa province. Kaya 'di ba you learned in your correction na hindi kasama sa BGMP yung mga provincial jails. So, lahat ng mga pulis sa mga probinsya sinama niya sa bumbero, sa police at saka sa jail guards sa buong sa Metro Manila at tinawag niya lahat yon na Integrated National Police. Bumbero, jail guards at saka police sa Metropolitan Manila at mga pulis sa mga probinsya, pinagsama-sama niya. Tinawag niyang Integrated National Police. Ngayon, ang Integrated National Police ay headed by a Director General. Ang tanong ngayon is, sino ang may operational and administrative control ng Integrated National Police? Mga PC. Under sila ng PC or ng Philippine Constabulary. So para ma-equalize ang dalawa, para maging equal, kasi nga dahil doon sa pag-integrate under ng PC, para ma-equal ang ang status ng PC na under ng Armed Forces of the Philippines at saka ng INP, he issued Presidential Decree number 765. Itong Presidential Decree 765, ito yung batas na nag-integrate or nag-merge, nag-combine at ang PC as a nucleus at saka yung mga local police forces as its components. City, municipal, fire departments as components. So nagkaroon tayo ng tinatawag na PCINP. Philippine Constabulary Integrated National Police. So, ang INP naging sundalo na. Ang PC naging pulis, ang sundalo or ang PC na sundalo naging pulis at ang mga pulis naging sundalo. Naghalo na. Kaya mapupunaan ninyo ngayon ang mga matatandang opisyal ng PNP ngayon, mapapansin ninyo, mga graduate ng Philippine Military Academy. 1992 ang last batch ng PMA na pumasok dyan sa PNP. So mauubos na sila unti-unti, kaya yung mga rolling na later on, mga graduate na ng PNPA. So pinagsama ang sundalo at saka ang mga local police. So 3 years thereafter, President Marcos promulgated Presidential Decree 1184, yung sinabing INP Personnel Professionalization Law of 1977. Dito ngayon na professionalize ang INP. So, tinayo yung schools ng mga opisyal ng INP, yung INPA, Integrated National Police Academy, na ngayon we called it Philippine National Police Academy na ngayon. So, isa pa rito sa naging feature ng PD 1184 is the beginning of recruiting women in the police service. So, doon yon ha. Hindi nag-start ang pagre-recruit ng babae sa police service noong 85-51, hindi ha. Okay, baka sabihin nyo, sa gender equality na lang, nabigyan ng mga babae. No, hindi 1990s. Panahon pa ni Marcos. 1977, through Presidential Decree 1184, women were already given an opportunity to be of service to the police organization. So, eto na guys. Yan ang naging setup. Magkasama ang PC na mga na-under ng Armed Forces of the Philippines at saka yung INP hanggang sa nagkaroon ng EDSA Revolution na patalsik si Marcos. Nung mapatalsik si Marcos guys, si Cory naging presidente, naabutan nyo na yon, nung maging presidente si Cory, isa sa mga bata ang gumawa ng bagong constitution. Yung present natin na constitution. Yung constitution natin ngayon, yung 1987 Constitution. Sa 1987 Constitution, guys, merong Section 6, Article 16. So, ang sinasabi ng Section 6, Article 16 ng 1987 Constitution is this. Ano ba yun? Ito ang sinasabi. The state shall establish and maintain a police force that is national in scope and civilian in character, to be administered and controlled by the National Police Commission. So, yun ngayon ang sinasabi. So, the authority of local executives over the police units in their jurisdiction shall be provided by law. So, naiba na. So, ang sinasabi, ang Estado daw, mag-establish at mag-maintain ng one police force which shall be national in scope and civilian in character to be administered and controlled by the National Police Commission. The authority of local executives over the police units in their jurisdiction shall be provided by law. So nagkaroon na naman ng bagong landscape sa ating police service. Ngayon, how come? Ano ngayon ang ginawa para ma-realize ang sinasabi ng 1987 Constitution? Nag-enact ang ating Congress ng batas, yung DILG Act of 1990, hindi PNP law ha, kundi yung tinatawag natin na DILG Act of 1990. So, Republic Act 6975, otherwise known as the Department and of Interior and Local Government Act of 1990. So, dyan isinilang guys ang Philippine National Police. Okay, nag-start ang PNP as one of the bureau of the DILG. Isa siya sa bureau ng DILG. Kaya under siya ng DILG nung una. Ngayon, hindi na ba? Ay, hindi na ngayon. Hindi na ngayon, guys. Noon. Kaya do not ever think, ang common na mistakes ng iba sinasabi na, ang PNP ay under ng DILG. No, hindi siya under ng DILG. So, pero mamaya, bago natin ma-discuss kung bakit hindi, ipaliwanag ko paano naging hindi. Samantalang nagsimula siya as one of the bureau of the DILG. Nagkaroon guys ng kaso. Kinwestiyon yan in the case of Carpio versus Executive Secretary. Okay. Nag-file ng petition si Carpio sa Supreme Court questioning the constitutionality of Republic Act 6975. Sabi niya, unconstitutional yan. Dahil ang sabi ng Constitution, the state shall establish one police force that is national in scope and civilian in character to be administered and controlled by the NAPOLCOM. Pero bakit siya ay pinapatakbo ng DILG, under siya ng DILG. Okay. So, ang ginawa ngayon ng sabi ng hindi ka mali, pero hindi ka naman absolutely tama. Sabi niya, kung maalala mo, sabi ng Supreme Court, ang NAPOLCOM, under ng NAPOLCOM ang PNP. Under ng NAPOLCOM ang PNP. Pero ang NAPOLCOM, guys, kung maalala mo doon sa Police Act of 1966, ay under ng Office of the President. Okay. Ngayon, hindi naman directly na mamamanage yan ng Presidente. Papasok ngayon yung tinatawag na alter ego doctrine or yung doctrine of qualified political agency, wherein the President or the DILG Secretary is the alter ego of the President. Kaya sabi niya, hindi under ng DILG ang NAPOLCOM, pero ang DILG Secretary ay nauupo na ex officio chairman ng NAPOLCOM. So therefore, sabi niya, tawag dito, yung NAPOLCOM, yung PNP under ng NAPOLCOM and DILG Secretary set as an ex officio chairman. So nakahiwalay ang PNP sa DILG. So later on guys, sinettle yan ng Republic Act 8551 na kinlear niya na ang NAPOLCOM ay attached agency sa DILG, hindi under kundi attached. At ang PNP ay hindi under ng DILG but rather under ng NAPOLCOM. So yun guys, ang Carpio versus Executive Secretary. So Maraming nangyari guys sa PNP. Marami on the sense na marami silang gustong gawin kasi since siya ay itinatag nung Republic Act 6975, talagang makikita mo na terrible, if inefficient, ineffective, talagang guys, talagang marami ang efforts na ginawa. Nang sa ganon is magbago yung mga pulis, magbago ang organization, pero talagang I do not know, talagang ang hirap talaga. Tingnan nyo naman ang Armed Forces of the Philippines. Pagkatapos ng martial law, tahimik ang AFP guys, tahimik. Okay, napaka-professionals ng mga AFP. Maobserbahan natin yan. Ako, madalas akong nagta-travel, encountering checkpoint, mas mapi-feel mo ang security sa checkpoint ng AFP kahit na yung demeanor ng mga sundalo kaysa sa demeanor ng mga pulis sa checkpoint. Kasi unang-una, talagang maraming efforts ang ginawa in order to improve this Philippine National Police. So look guys, unang batas, yung DILG Act of 1990, yung pagtatag ng PNP. So later on, hindi tayo satisfied the way how it works. Sabi ng Congress natin, siguro para mabago 'yan, gawin nating college graduate ang mga pulis. Kasi dito sa Republic Act 6975, 72 units lang. Second year college ka lang, nakakuha ka ng 72 units, pwede ka nang maging pulis. So, sabi ng mga sabi ng mga legislatures natin, so gawin natin college graduate. Baka sakaling magbago. Naknanto pa. So, Republic Act 8551 was enacted way back February 25, 1998. So, same guys, mas lalo pang lumala. Same. Mas lalo pang lumala yung mga transgression of the law ng ating mga pulis. So, ibig sabihin, yung pag-professionalize, pag-reorganize, at pag-reform ng PNP, hindi nag-work para tayo ng highly professionalized and capable police officers. So, Republic Act 9708 was enacted kasi maraming mga pulis na hindi binigyan sila ng 5 years para tapusin ang kanilang pag-aaral. Marami ang hindi nakapagtapos. Kaya, pursuant to Republic Act 9708, binigyan ng extension na sila ay makagraduate. Pero yung mga hindi na kayang gumraduate at saka nakapag 15 years na sa service, pwede na silang mag-retire, optional retirement. At yung mga tawag dito, yung mga mag-stay kahit na hindi nila natapos ay pala sila mag-stay. Pero hindi na sila mapopromote. Yun naman ang sinabi. Tapos pangalawa, na provision dito sa Republic Act 9708, kasi sa Republic Act 8551, kapag ang police is, under Republic Act 8551, if the police has a pending case, wag mo lagyan ng alcohol yung tenga mo. Kapag may pending case ang police guys, that pending case will be a bar to his promotion. Noong araw sa Republic Act 8551, kapag ikaw ay police tapos may pending criminal case ka, that pending criminal case can be used, okay? Can be a bar to your promotion. Hindi ka mapopromote kapag ikaw ay may pending criminal case. Sabi ng mga police, kawawa naman ng mga police. Susceptible kami na makasuhan. So kapag nakasuhan kami, ginagamit ng mga civilian, kapag nag-ooperate kami, kakasuhan kami, nang sa ganun is hindi kami ma-promote. Nangyayari niya ng mga pulis, ayaw nang magtrabaho kasi pag kinasuhan sila, hindi sila mapopromote. Ginawa sa Republic Act 9708, sige na, para kahit na makasuhan na kayo, kahit na may kaso kayo, pwede na kayong ma-promote. So sa Republic Act 9708, kahit na may pending ang pulis na criminal case, that criminal case cannot be a bar to his promotion. Mapopromote pa rin siya. As long as 2 years, kinakailangan masettle niya yung kaso niya. Dahil kapag hindi niya settle sa loob ng 2 years, babawiin yung promotion. Ayan. pumasok itong si President Duterte. Sabi ni General De La Rosa, sabi niya, nahirapan kaming mag-conduct ng investigation kasi wala kaming power na mag-issue ng subpoena. Okay. Pwede bang dagdagan kami ng additional power? Anong power 'yon? Kailangan bigyan kami ng power to issue subpoena, justisticom, at saka subpoena ad testificandum in relation to investigation. Dapat pag nag-imbestiga kami, may power kami na mag-issue ng subpoena doon sa mga possible na witness. Okay. Sabi ng Congress, sige, pagbibigyan namin kayo, pero hindi lahat ha. Ang pwede lang bigyan, yung Chief PNP, yung Director ng CIDG, at saka yung Deputy Director for Admin ng CIDG. So sila lang ang pwedeng mag-issue ng subpoena at saka magpa-administer ng oath. So 2018 yung batas na yan. So later on guys, meron naman silang ibang gusto. Sabi naman ni General De La Rosa, ang mahirap dito sa amin, nalilito kami. PO1, PO2, PO3 is PO1, hindi namin maintindihan Okay. Kinakailangan ibalik sa military, civilian in character ayaw namin ng ganon, gusto namin sundalo. Okay, pang sundalo. Ano naman ang ginawa? Syempre malakas siya kay presidente. Sige, ibigay. Ininak yung Republic Act 111-200. So, ibinalik ang rank classification from civilian rank to military rank. Okay. Ngayon, hindi lang military rank. Ang sarap ng feeling. General, Lieutenant General, okay, Major General, sundalo. Tapos, nag-uniforme pa ng fatigue. Sundalo na talaga. So, na-defeat na yung civilian in character. So, kita nyo naman, di ba? Ang ranko ng sundalo, pati uniforme ng sundalo. Ang angas, ang bangis. Ang bangis na ng itsura ng PNP. Okay. With that, sabi niya, hindi na kami malilito. Okay, magiging magaling na kami. Okay. Di wow. Eto na naman. May nakita na naman sila. Sabi niya, kaya ang mga pulis is hindi maayos kasi nga ang nagtitrain sa kanila hindi naman PNP kundi Philippine Public Safety College. Sabi naman ng Philippine Public Safety College, teka, sino bang mga opisyal ng Philippine Public Safety College? Ang mga opisyal dito, mga pulis din, mga general din. So mga pulis din ang nagpapatakbo ng Philippine Public Safety College. Kaso nga lang, yung pera ay nasa DILG kasi ang Philippine Public Safety College ay under ng DILG. Nakita ng PNP na yung budgeting nasa PNP na. Hindi. Para papaayos yung mga pulis natin is dapat yung mga training ay nasa amin. By virtue of Republic Act 11279, ang PNP guys ay ibinigay na sa PNP. At yung NPTI, binigay na rin sa PNP. Ano ba yung NPTI? Yung National Police Training Institute. Mga eskwelahan. Itong PNP, eskwelahan ito ng mag-oopisyal. Ang NPTI, ito yung mga eskwelahan ng mga recruit as patrolman. So, in short, nakuha na nila. Malaking pera dito sa PNP, guys. Malaki rin ang pera sa NPTI. Ang malupit niyan, iniwanan nila yung National Police College sa PPSC. Yung National Police College, ang mga tinitrain doon, mga opisyal na, mga pulis na. At saka yung NCRTS, yung National Forensic Service, ano rin yun? Institute. So, yung mga walang pera na mga related sa PNP, naiwanan sa PPSC, tapos yung maraming pera na opisina, yun ngayon ang napunta. PNP, malaki ang budget ng PNP. Yung NPTI, malaki ang budget ng NPTI. So, eto na. Meron ding iba. Sabi naman ng ibang yung mga samahan ng mga maliliit na gustong mag-pulis, gustong mag-join sa BFP, BGMP at saka sa Bucor. Sabi naman nila, ang pagpupulis para lang ba sa mga ang height is 1.62 meter or 5'2"? Paano naman kaming mga maliliit? Ayan. Yung mga yung mga lalaki is less than 5'2", yung less than 1.62 meter. Gusto rin namin magsilbi sa bayan. Kasi malaki na yung sweldo eh. Okay. Paano naman kami? So nilabi rin nila. Nagkaroon ng Republic Act 11549. The PNP, BFP, BGMP, and Bucor Height Equity Act. So, binabaan na yung height requirements. Fresh pa yung batas na ito, May 26, 2021. Dati-rate, ang nire-required sa PNP, BFP, BGMP at saka Bucor, 5'4" or 1.62 meters sa lalaki, 1.57 or 5'2" sa babae. So later on, binaba na. 1.57 na sa lalaki, 1.52 na sa babae. Under the PNP, BFP, BGMP, and Bucor Height Equity Act of 2021. So this is the latest legislation, guys, pertaining to law enforcement. So, the National Police Commission. Balikan ulit natin, guys, yung NAPOLCOM. So look at the relationship with the Department of Interior in local government. So guys, the NAPOLCOM is attached to the DILG for policy and program coordination. Attached, hindi under. So let us who is the appointing authority? All are appointed by the President with the Secretary of the DILG as ex officio chairman. Ano ang power ng NAPOLCOM over the PNP? It exercises administrative control and operational supervision over the PNP. The term of office is 6 years without reappointment or extension. It is consist of national, regional, and provincial offices. So ito yung minamadali ko. So ganito guys you will notice yung office ng NAPOLCOM. Ito yung commission proper. The commission proper, guys, is consist of 6 commissioners. 1 ex officio chairman. Saan manggagaling yung 1 ex officio chairman? The Secretary of the Department of Interior in local government. And then 4 regular commissioners. Yung 4 regular commissioners, dapat dito sa 4 na regular commissioners, guys, dapat 3 dyan ay civilian. Pag sinabing civilian, never na naging pulis, never na naging sundalo. Okay? Or never or present or former, dapat hindi na pulis or sundalo. Dapat doon sa 4 na 'yon at isa doon pwedeng maging dating pulis or sundalo at doon sa 3 dapat isa ay babae. Another one is 1 ex officio commissioner. Sino ang ex officio commissioner? Ang ex officio commissioner, guys, is the incumbent chief PNP. Kaya 2 ex officio position sa NAPOLCOM. The ex officio chairman, which is the DILG secretary, and the ex officio commissioner, which is the chief PNP. So under niya ang NAPOLCOM, ang PNP. You will see under niya yung PNP. So, PNP has 6 regional offices, 1 NCR police office. So, total of 17 regional offices. 16 yung ordinary na region at 1 sa NCR. So, the NCR is consist of districts, 5 districts. And every district, guys, is consist of city or municipal stations. So, ito naman yung NAPOLCOM, may mga regional or provincial offices din. So yan ang NAPOLCOM. So makikita ninyo guys yung relasyon ng DILG at saka ng NAPOLCOM. So look, hindi under ng DILG ang NAPOLCOM. Dahil kung under yan ng DILG, dapat ang NAPOLCOM, guys, ang NAPOLCOM dapat nakakabit. Tingnan nyo, command, authority, and line. Wala siyang command or authority. So, instead na ilagay siya sa baba, dapat dito, kung under siya, dapat naka yan, nakapantay, eto, solid. O kaya dito sa baba. Dito siya sa baba. So makikita nyo nakahiwalay, naka-attach lang. Naka-attach lang. So, here is the secretary of the DILG. Ang under sa DILG, guys, mapapansin niyo yung Local Government Academy. Ang Local Government Academy, ito yung eskwelahan na ino-operate, na pinapasukan ng mga bagong elect na mga barangay officials, mga local officials. First time na governor, o kapapanalo pa lang. So, papasok muna siya sa Local Government Academy. Crash course. Ilang months lang iyan na course bago siya magsimula sa kanyang trabaho as governor, as mayor, SK, ganon, barangay officials, yan ang Local Government Academy. And then local government bureaus, yan ang may hawak sa mga mayors, sa governor. The Bureau of Fire Protection, yan ang under ng DILG. The Bureau of Jail Management and Penology. At saka mapapansin natin, under niya yung Philippine Public Safety College. So, yung Philippine Public Safety College, ang ino-operate niya na school, PNPA, at saka itong PNTC, at saka National Police College. So, ang ginawang present setup ngayon, ang PNPA, PNTC, dinala na rito sa PNP. Okay. Hindi na siya under ng DILG. Kaya ang pondo nitong PNP at saka PNTC, dito na napunta sa PNP. So, ganun na ang setup. Pero iniwanan ng PNP yung National Police College. Kasi yung mga National Police College, ito yung eskwela ng mga colonel, ng mga opisyal na yan. Hindi mo na yan pwedeng kuhanan ng pera. Mga opisyal na yan. So yan guys, ang setup sa ngayon. So in short, you will notice that NAPOLCOM or the PNP is not under the DILG. Ang under ng DILG is the Bureau of Fire, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, but not the PNP. It's not part of what they call Tri-Bureau. Okay, hindi yan part ng Tri-Bureau kasi hindi siya under ng DILG. Okay. The PNP. Ano ba itong PNP? Guys, naalala ko lang yung sinabi nung isang kernel. Sabi nung isang kernel na nakasama ko sa board. Sabi niya, Doc, sabi niya, everything is required us to do by the government except our job. Marami daw pinagagawa sa kanila. Ang hindi daw pinagagawa sa kanila is yung trabaho nila. So anyway, he did not realize, guys, na yung PNP ay 3 persona ang piniperform niya. 3-tiered. Una, it is a community service oriented agency responsible for the maintenance of peace and order and public safety. Take note, guys, of the function. Mas nauna ang pagiging community at saka service-oriented niya. So, 3 guys ang role na gagampanan ng ating PNP. Community service, peace and order, at saka public safety. So, siyempre, pag community service, talagang they have to render services to the community, to the people, maintaining peace and order and public safety. Kaya makikita ninyo, pag sinabing peace and order, siyempre, ang babantayan nyo dyan yung mga tao na gumagawa ng kaguluhan. Pero pag public safety, ang binabantayan nyo dyan, either tao or yung nature. Kaya makikita nyo, ang mga PNP personnel ay trained din sa mga rescue operations, sa pag-maintain sa panahon ng calamity. Kasi nandoon yung issue ng public safety. It is also organized to ensure accountability and uprightness in police exercise of discretion, as well as to achieve efficiency and effectiveness of its members and units in the performance of their function. So, yun guys, ang ng police service natin. So let us see guys the organizational structure. Are you still with me guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let us continue. Ito ang organizational structure ng PNP. You will notice it is a line and staff. It's a line and staff. So, mapapansin ninyo, merong 4 na level. 1, 2, 3, 4 ang organization ng PNP. 4 levels. The first level, ito ang tinatawag natin na command group. Command group, centralized na organization. Ito ang tinatawag natin na command group. Pag sinabi natin command group, ito yung group na may power na magbigay ng command or ng order, command group. Ito naman yung tinatawag na directorial group, directorial staff group. Sir, ano ba yung functions ng directorial staff group? Ang directorial staff group, guys, ito yung brain ng PNP. This is the offices of the PNP, guys, that formulate strategies. Yung mga strategies at saka yung mga policies na ini-issue ng Chief PNP nang gagaling dito. Matitindi yan dyan, guys. Bakit? Matataas na opisyal yung nandiyan dyan. Puro mga general lang nandirito, ha? Ito lang ang ang head ng directorates na ito is headed by Major General. 2-star general yan, Major General. Tapos may dalawa siyang kalalay na 2 Brigadier General. So ibig sabihin, 3 generals ang nandiyan. Isang Major General, pagkatapos 2 Brigadier General. Ganon din dito. 3 generals din ang nandiyan. Tapos ilang mga colonels yan, ilang mga lieutenant colonels, ilang mga captain, ilang major, ilang captains. Ang daming mga dyan guys, kasi ang head dyan is Major General. Sila ang tagagawa ng mga strategies, tagagawa ng mga policy na ini-issue ng Chief PNP. Okay. Ito naman yung tinatawag natin na administrative support units. Okay. Sila naman yung mga specialist sa specific na area. So, we call that National Administrative Support Units, NASO, at saka yung Operational Support Units, NOSO. Mga espesyalista. Okay, mga special units. So, yan guys, ang pangalawa, yung National at Support Units. National Support Units, ito, support units. Ito ngayon yung tinatawag na main operating units. Ito yung main operating units. Pag sinabi nating main, sila talaga yung workhorses ng PNP. Sila talaga yung kumbaga backbone ng PNP. Itong nasa baba, yung tinatawag natin na main operating units. So let us discuss them one by one sa organizational structure. The PNP, guys, is headed by the Chief PNP. Chief PNP, hindi Chief of Police. Kasi yung Chief of Police, yan yung head ng municipal or city police stations. So, Chief PNP. So, ang Chief PNP ang kanyang position, ang kanyang ranko is Police General. Police General. Yan ang head ng PNP. Yan ang head. Yung Chief PNP with the rank of Police General. Yung second sa kanyang command, pangalawa sa command, is the Deputy Chief of PNP for Administration with the rank of Police Lieutenant General. So, 3 silver star ang kanyang 3 silver star, Police Lieutenant General. Ito 4 silver star. So, ang pangalawa sa command is yung Deputy Chief of PNP for Administration with the rank of Lieutenant General, 3 silver star. And then pangatlo sa command is the Deputy Chief PNP for Operations, also with the rank of Lieutenant General. 3 Silver Star. So, yan ang nasa command group. Nasa command group. Now, meron tinatawag na HRAW, yung PNP Human Rights Group o unit. Siya yung directly na nagre-report sa Chief PNP. This office is headed by a Police General, a Police Brigadier General. Okay? By the director or head of the HRAW, director of the HRAW with the rank of Police Brigadier General. Tapos, itong tinatawag natin na Program Management Office, also headed by a Police Brigadier General. Sila ang nag-manage ng opisina ng Chief PNP, kaya maraming alalay, kaya buhay hari guys, ang Chief PNP, nasa White House pa yan nakatira ng krame. Kasi White House ang tirahan ng ng Chief PNP. So, and then we have the Inspector General ng Inspector General ng Internal Affairs Service. Ang Internal Affairs Service guys, ayan, nagre-report yan direct sa Chief PNP. Yan ang tinatawag na command group. Ang una sa command group, ang pinakamataas is the Chief PNP with the rank of Police General, 4 Silver Star, followed by Deputy Chief for Admin, 3 Silver Star, followed by Deputy Chief for Operation, 3 Silver Star. Okay. Ngayon, ito naman yung tinatawag na Directorial Staff Group. Sila ang brain ng PNP, yung pinaka-brain. Hindi, sir, ibig man sabihin walang brain yung Chief PNP? Meron, syempre meron. Kaso nga lang, ang nagbibigay ng advice sa kanila, ito, yung gumagawa ng mga policies. So, ang directorial staff is headed by the chief of the directorial staff. Hindi siya kasama sa command group kasi brain siya eh. The chief of the directorial staff is headed by the chief of the directorial staff with the rank of Lieutenant General. Kaya 3 Silver Star. Kaya merong 3 general na 3-star general ang PNP. Yung Deputy Chief for Admin, Deputy Chief for Operation, and the Chief of Directorial Staff. Lahat yan, puro 3-star generals. Now, the Directorial Staff. So, marami. Ilan yan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So, there are 12 directorial staff. Each directorate, guys, is headed by a Major General, by the Director of Directorial Staff, with the rank of Major General, 2 Silver Star General, and assisted by the 2 Brigadier Generals, 1 Silver Star. Kaya nga nabanggit ko sa ilang general yan pag binilang ninyo. So, 12 times 2. Okay, 12 times 2, di 24 na Brigadier General. Tapos ilang Major General, di 12. So, yan. Pagkatapos, dito naman yung administrative support units. Yung mga support services. Okay, halimbawa, yung logistics, yung controller, personnel records management, legal service, training service, yan. Yan ang administrative support units. Okay, bawat admin support units, guys, is headed by a director with the rank of Brigadier General. Brigadier General. So, Brigadier General ang head dito. How about the operational support unit? Same. It is headed by a Brigadier General, okay, by the director. Director ang ang kanyang designation with the rank of Brigadier General. Dalawa lang dito, guys, ang Major General pero may dalawa rito na Major General eh. Yung head, yung director ng SAF at yung director ng CIDG. So, yung Criminal Investigation and Detection Group at saka yung Special Action Force ay Major General ang head diyan. So Major General, pagkatapos may dalawa silang deputy. So ibig sabihin, tatlo ang general diyan. Isang Major General, dalawang 2 Brigadier General sa SAF at saka sa CIDG. The rest, puro Brigadier General ang head, they were assisted by the 2 colonels. So yan ang support units. So, pagkatapos guys, dito naman muna sa atin. Sa NCR, the National Capital Region Police Office. So the NCR guys is headed by what we call, kung minsan sinasabi nila, I am the regional director. No. Sinasabi ng batas, the head of the NCRPO or the National Capital Region Police Office shall be called NCR Director. NCR Director with the rank of Major General. So Major General, ito lang yung regional director na Major General. The rest ay puro Brigadier General. So yan ang NCRPO. So siyempre headed by the NCR director with the rank of Major General, he is assisted by 2 Brigadier General. Deputy NCR Director for Admin and Deputy Director for Operation. So, and then, ang NCR is divided into 5 districts. The Manila Police District, the Quezon City Police District, pagkatapos, the Northern Police District, the Southern Police District, and the Eastern Police District. Okay. Dito sa 5 district, 2 dito ay numbered station. So ano yung numbered station? Yung Manila, station 1 to 11, at yung Quezon City, so 11 station din, puro numbered station. Okay, pagdating naman sa Eastern Police District, okay, yun ang mga tinatawag natin na City Police Station. Mandaluyong City Police Station, Pasig City Police Station, okay. So, yun. Marikina Police Station, yan. San Juan Police Station. So, yan ang tinatawag natin na City Police Stations. Sa Southern, yan, nandiyan dyan yung Muntinlupa Police Station, nandiyan dyan yung Makati Police Station, Pasay City Police Stations, which is headed by a police officer with the rank of Colonel. Kasi bawat district is headed by the district director with the rank of Brigadier General. With the rank of Brigadier General. At ang district is subdivided into stations. Yung mga city police stations, Makati City Police Station, is headed by Chief of Police. Yon, ang tawag doon is Chief of Police with the rank of Colonel, full-fledged Colonel. Pasay City Police Station, ang position is Chief of Police with the rank of Colonel. Ngayon, ang bawat station guys is subdivided into what we call substations. Substations. Okay. Yung substations guys, yun ngayon usually depende sa dami. Usually headed by a police major. And then every substation is subdivided into PCPs, Police Community Precincts. Okay, which is headed by a police captain. So yan guys ang NCR. At saka dito merong regional public safety battalions na nagsusupport dito sa bawat districts. So yan. May regional public safety battalions na ang jurisdiction niyan sa buong districts. Ibig sabihin, nakatambay lang sila doon sa bikutan. Kapag may action dito sa bawat district na ito, ipapadala sila. Yan. Bakit sir? Bakit may regional public safety battalion? May mga pulis naman dito. Kasi guys, halimbawa may rally. Pag may rally, tapos magpuntahan ng mga pulis, nangyari halimbawa yung rally sa Maynila. Kapag ang mga pulis sa Maynila ay magpunta doon sa rally, may iwanan yung station. Magpipiesta yung mga kriminal. Kaya pag may rally sa Maynila, sino ang main na player? Ang main player galing dito. Magsusupport lang yung sa station, pero yung sa station, may maintain pa rin nila yung order doon sa area nila. Hindi lahat pupunta doon. Kaya yan ang public safety battalion. Ngayon, ang iba pa naman guys, head is subdivided into 16 police districts o 16 regional offices. Meron tayong 16 regional offices. Ang bawat region guys is headed by the regional director with the rank of Brigadier General. So Brigadier General. So parang mas marami pa yung general dito kaysa dito sa main operating units. Mas marami pa ang general dito. Samantalang dito ang maraming trabaho. Dito wala naman masyado. So mas makikita nyo, mas maraming general dito kaysa dito. So regional directors and then with the rank of Brigadier General and assisted by two colonels. And then later on, ang regional is subdivided into provincial police office at saka city police office. Pag sinabi nating city, ito yung mga tinatawag natin na independent city. Okay, yung city naman dito sa province, yun ang tinatawag natin na component city. Tapos municipalities. Cities, ang provincial police office is headed by the provincial director with the rank of colonel. Yung city police stations is headed by the chief of police. Some has the rank of lieutenant colonel, some has the rank of major. Okay, ang municipal police station naman is headed by the chief of police with the rank of major or some with the rank of captain. Depende kung ano ang ng city. So, and then we have these precincts. So, dito rin sa city. So, yan guys, ang organizational structure ng PNP. So, we talk about the type of city. Kanina, sinabi ko, depende. Kung type A city, type B city, type C city. Anong municipality? Type A, type B, type C. Halimbawa, dito sa atin, sa NCR, nag-iisa lang dito ang municipality eh. Ano ba ang nag-iisang municipality dito? Sa NCR? The Municipal of Pateros. O type A yan. So, yung Pateros lang nag-iisang municipality rito. So, mapupunan ninyo, sir, ano ba ang niyan? Ano ba ang significance kung type A cities or type B cities? Nakadepende kasi guys ang number kung anong type of city. Okay? The number of policemen to be deployed in a city would depend upon the type of a city. Kasi ilan ba ang manning level ng police to population? Ilan ba? So depende, di ba? Kung minimum 1 policeman for every 1,000 population, minimum. Average or ideal, 1 policeman for every 500 population. Okay, sir. Anong purpose ng minimum at anong purpose ng ideal? Ang purpose niyan is i-determine kung ano ang peace and order situation. Halimbawa, your city is type C. Type C. Ang i-determine mo is, kung type C population dyan, ano bang klaseng city yan? Magulo or tahimik? Kung ang city mo type C na, tapos napakatahimik, ang ibig sabihin yan, okay? Tahimik na city, tapos type C. So sa palagay mo, kailangan ba ng maraming pulis dyan? Hindi na kailangan ng maraming pulis kasi tahimik naman. Pagkatapos tahimik, walang incident ng krimen. So, in short, gagawin mo na ang ilalagay na lang dyan is 1:1,000. 1:1,000. So ngayon, 75,000 ang population mo, 1:1,000, bibigyan ka lang dyan sa city mo ng 75 policemen. 75 na police officer lang, wala pang 100. Kung 75 lang na police officer dyan, mataas na yung major dyan as your chief of police. So bigyan ka ng major na chief of police with 75 na tao. So, ayun guys. So, ngayon, halimbawa, Type A, city. Type A, city. Sa Type A, city, magulo. Ang daming kailangan, ang daming mga madalas ang rally, pagkatapos maraming mga kriminal, mataas ang crime volume. Bibigyan namin yan ng 500, 1:500. So 100,000. 100,000 i-divide ninyo into 500. So ilan 'yon? Ilan na pulis ang kailangan ninyo? Anyone? Ilan na pulis? 100,000. I-divide nyo sa 500.
200, sir.
Ibig sabihin, kailangan mo ng pulis na 200 doon sa Type A city. Oh. Yun lang guys, yun ang purpose ng pagka-classify natin sa city. Yun ang purpose ng pagka-classify natin sa city. Municipality, 30. Walang iya, 30,000 lang yung population, ang gulo-gulo naman. Bigyan natin yan ng 1:500. So ilang pulis yun ang kailangan? Ilang pulis ang kailangan natin? So 60 na policeman. 60. Siyempre, may mga sundalo rin naman dyan kung magulo yan. Pero yung maintenance ng peace and order sa Type C, ayan, 60. Kaya makikita ninyo, sir, may mga municipality na napapansin namin na ang chief of police nila lieutenant, ang iba naman, si Police Executive Master Sergeant. Kasi nga, yung municipality niya ay maliit lang. Yan. So nakadepende yan guys, nakadepende sa city. At anong klase ng city or municipality yung ibibigay mo na police. So yan manning level, minimum 1:1,000, average 1:500. I hope na clear yan sa inyo. So, may tinatawag tayo, may mga mapapansin niyo guys, may mga opisyal ng pulis na ang rango niya is major, police captain. Parang wala man lang bangis, wala man lang kaasim-asim, wala man lang bangis. So kasi guys, kahit na opisyal ka, kung wala ka sa key position, wala kang bangis. Wala kang bangis. Opisyal ka lang, pero ayun. Ang tanong is, hanggang ano ang magagawa mo kung opisyal ka? Ilan bang tao na hinahawakan mo? Walang iya, kahit na kapitan ka, kung chief of police ka doon sa province, may asim ka guys. Kahit na major ka or colonel ka, pero kung naka-assign ka sa crime laboratory, okay, doon sa crime laboratory, ballistician ka. Ang ranko mo, major. Pero ballistician ka. Ang gagawin mo lang doon, mag-examine lang ng mga bala. Mag-examine lang ng mga slugs. Ang ranko mo is katulad ng isang kaibigan natin. Nag-retire siya as lieutenant colonel. Pero sa question document siya naka-assign sa QD. Ay yon, kapag may kailangan siya, wala siyang mautusan. Unlike, kahit na ikaw ay kapitan, ikaw ay lieutenant, kung ikaw ay PCP commander, ay talagang nasa disposal mo ang lahat ng resources. Nasa disposal mo yung sasakyan. Okay. Katulad na lang nung guys, kasi ako survivor ako ng tawag dito, ng COVID gabing-gabi akong nung tumawag ako, pagtawag ko sa isang kaibigan is PCP commander ng Nabotas, lieutenant. Kaya lang, siyempre, PCP commander. Pagtawag ko nasa disposal niya agad yung sasakyan. May mga pulis pa na sumundo para mapabilis ang sa ospital. So, yun guys. Ganon ang setup. So, pag sinabi natin na key positions, ito yung mga mababangis na position. Siyempre, kahit na official, kung wala sa position na ito, hindi yan key. Ibig sabihin, official siya, tumatanggap siya ng sweldo, etc., etc. Pero may mga, yung wala siyang resources for his disposal. Okay, so yan, Chief ng PNP, Deputy Chief for Admin, ayan, Chief for Operation, Directorial Staff, Director ng Directorates, ayan, hanggang sa Chief of Police or Station Commanders. Yan ang mga sinasabi natin na key positions. So, remember yung rango yung rango. So, nabanggit ko na ito. So, kanina, we talk about Director General, Police General, 4-star silver, 4 silver star, Deputy Director General, Police Lieutenant General, 3 silver star, Director, Police Major General, 2 silver star, Chief Superintendent, Brigadier General, 1 silver star, Senior Superintendent or Police Colonel, we have 3 silver Sampaguita cluster, hindi sun hindi sun. Kasi ang iba, 3 suns daw, hindi. Porkit star ito, sun ito, hindi. 3 silver Sampaguita cluster, Superintendent or Police Lieutenant Colonel, 2 silver Sampaguita cluster, Chief Inspector or Police Major, okay, 1 silver Sampaguita cluster, Senior Inspector or Police Captain, 2 bronze anahaw, Inspector or Police Lieutenant, 1 bronze anahaw, and the rest are chevron. Okay? 7 chevrons, 6 chevrons, and then we have 5 chevron, 4 chevron, 3 chevron, 2 chevron, 1 chevron. Yan ngayon ang ranking. Powers and functions of the PNP. Tapusin lang natin to tapos mag-break tayo. Enforce all laws and ordinances relative to the protection of lives and properties. Maintain peace and order and take all necessary steps to ensure public safety. Investigate and prevent crimes, effect the arrest of the criminal offenders and bring offenders to justice and assist in their prosecution, exercise the general powers to make arrests, search and seizures, and then detain arrested person for a period not beyond what is prescribed by law, yung 36, 18 at saka 12 hours, depending upon the gravity of the offense. Issue licenses for the possession of firearms, supervise and control the training and operations of security agencies, and perform such other duties and exercise all other functions as may be provided by law. Yun ang functions ng PNP. So guys, 10 minutes break muna tayo. Break muna tayo. Agad ako pwede. Bakit mo? Masakit ba pag kinagat? Anong hindi masakit? So let us resume class. Are you still with me, class? This is the last phase. Tapusin na natin to para makapagpahinga na tayo dito sa linggong ito. So the People's Law Enforcement Board. So kanina we mentioned about the pleb at sabi natin sa citizens complaint, ito lang yung authority sa citizens complaints that has power to demote or to dismiss a police officer. Okay. In addition to the authority to reprimand, authority to restrictive custody of a police officer, or even to the forfeiture of salary, forfeiture of benefits, and suspension of up to 30 days. Okay. So, in addition, may power din siya na i-demote or i-dismiss ang police officer. So, paano ba na-create itong pleb? Is it part of the PNP? The answer is no. The People's Law Enforcement Board, guys, is created by the Sangguniang Panlunsod or Sangguniang Bayan. It is created by virtue of a law or ordinance enacted by the council. Okay. So, ang rule is that the Sanggunian can establish a pleb for every 500 city or municipal police personnel. So, in addition to its function, it serves as a central receiving entity for any citizen's complaint against officers and members of the PNP. So, it takes cognizance of or refer the complaint to the proper disciplinary or adjudicatory authority within 3 days upon the filing of the complaint. Kasi hindi naman lahat ng mga citizens alam kung saan magko-complain. Kaya napapansin natin kapag may reklamo yung mga pulis or may reklamo yung mga citizens sa pulis, magreklamo nilang sila kay Tulpo. Si Tulpo naman dadalhin sa chief of police or sa head nila. Dadalhin sa head nila para yun ang mag-act on it. Pero may pinakamadali na pagpa-file ng complaint against a policeman, and that is the pleb. That is the People's Law Enforcement Board. Mas mabigat ang penalty, guys, na ini-impose ng pleb. Mas mabigat at mas mabilis. I do not know why very few among people know it. Why very few people know it. So may nag-exist na pleb in which complaints are being filed there. So, okay. Next one. Ang composition niya. Sino-sino ba ang member ng pleb? Ang member ng pleb, guys, ay una, a member of Sangguniang Panlunsod or Bayan chosen by his respective sanggunian. Isang konsihal. Kung yan ay municipality, siyempre Sangguniang Bayan. Kung yan ay city, Sangguniang Panlunsod or yung konsihal. Konsihal din naman sa Sangguniang Bayan. Tapos, isang barangay chairman. Dalawa na. Tapos, 3 members. So, total of 5. Doon sa 3 member na yon, so isa doon is yung member ng City or Municipal Peace and Order Council. Tapos, isa doon is yung babae. Tapos, isa is yung member ng bar, or abogado, or college graduate, or principal ng isang elementary school doon sa locality. So, a total of 5 members ang pleb. Mas mabilis ang decision doon. Okay. The AYAS. So, ano itong AYAS, guys? Anyway, the Internal Affairs Service, guys, is an office created, although it is part of the PNP, but enjoined independence from the PNP. Kanina, pinakita natin na under siya directly sa office ng Chief PNP. So, Malaking organization din yan, may national office, may regional office, at saka provincial office. And it is headed by a civilian, usually the civilian who is a lawyer. So, he directly report to the chief PNP. So, may motu proprio investigation power ang AIAS. So, halimbawa, pag sinabing motu proprio, it means at their own initiative. Pag sinabing at their own initiative, may power sila na mag-investigate sa police acts, illegal police acts, even without a complaint. Kahit na walang complaint, may power sila na imbestigahan ng pulis. Kailan pwedeng mag-imbestiga ang pulis, ang AIAS, kahit na walang complaint laban sa pulis? Number 1, incidents where a police personnel discharged sa firearms. Okay. Walang reklamo pero may natanggap sila na info na ang pulis ay nagpaputok ng barel. So, they can conduct motu proprio investigation against the policeman. So, number 2, incidents where death, serious physical injuries, or any violation of human rights occurred in the conduct of police operations. So, nag-conduct ng police operation, may namatay, may nasugatan, or may na-injured, or may reported violation of human rights. So, the AIAS can investigate it even without the complaint. Incidents where a suspect in custody of police was seriously injured, incidents where the evidence is compromised, tampered with, obliterated, or lost while in the custody of police personnel, in incidents where the established rules of engagement has been violated. So in these cases, guys, the AIAS can conduct investigation. Ano pa ang power na meron ng AIAS? So, meron din siyang recommendatory duty in the promotion. Here we are, guys. A policeman is due to be assigned in a key positions. One of the requirements, guys, that the policeman who is due to be assigned in a key position is a favorable recommendation from the AIAS. Without it, he cannot be designated, guys, in a specific key position. So, also, yung recommendatory power in discipline. So, kapag nakita na may violation ng police, the AIAS will conduct an investigation and recommend the disciplinary action to be imposed upon an erring police officer. And if the disciplinary authority, the regional director, for example, failed to act on it, then he can be charged with the gross neglect of duty. So, ang tanong, sino ba ang mga nasa AIAS? The composition of the AIAS. The entry qualification to AIAS. Part din siya ng PNP, ha? Part din siya ng PNP. Pero, dito sa chain of command, so, direct siya na nagre-report doon sa chief PNP. So, paano, guys? Ang pag-join sa AIAS ay voluntary. Voluntary. Halimbawa, police officer ka. So, 5 years ka nang nasa service without any derogatory record. Wala kang derogatory record. So, you are already tired of performing line functions. Matagal na akong nagpatrol, matagal na ako sa investigation, marami na akong nagawa, napapagod na ako. So, gusto mo naman na kahit papaano is pumasok na lang ng 8 hours, mag-in, mag-out, and during the night, with the family, yan. Pwede kang mag-join sa AIAS, guys. So, what is the benefit or what are the benefits of joining with the AIAS? Ano naman ang mapapala mo? So, pag nag-join ka sa AIAS, you are entitled for specialty pay of not less than 50% or not more than 50% of your base pay. Halimbawa, ang sweldo mo is 40,000 a month. Okay, 40,000 a month. Pag nag-join ka sa AIAS, guys, you will be given a specialty pay of 50% of your base pay. So kung 40,000 ang base pay mo, dadagdagan ng 50%. Therefore, uh, of not more than 50%. O usually kasi ang ginagawa nila by practice kasi ang ginagawa na 50% automatic na eh. Wala nang 25% or whatsoever. So usually kapag 40,000, they will be receiving 60,000 a month. Basic pay yun ha, basic na salary niya yun. So wala pa doon ang longevity pay. Wala pa doon ang longevity pay. Yan ang natatanggap ng taga-AYAS. The Gender Sensitivity Program. The Gender Sensitivity Program. So, inobserve din nila yung tinatawag na gender sensitivity. And what are the gender sensitivity of program being observed in the PNP? So first is the creation of the women's desk in all police stations throughout the country to administer and attend to cases involving crime against chastity, sexual harassment, abuses committed against women and children, and other similar crimes. So, they have this women's desk in all police station. Okay, nire-require yan. Nire-require yan. So, in order to promote this, what we call gender sensitivity program. Another one is prioritization of women for the recruitment and training within 5 years from the effectivity of Republic Act 8551, served in the women's desk. So, and to achieve it, in every recruitment nationwide, 10% of its quota are allocated for women. So, again guys itong 10%, usually iniisip nila, bawat recruitment is 10% required. Hindi ganon, hindi ganon. Ang sinasabing 10% na required is from 1998 to 2003, within 5 years, from the effectivity of Republic Act 8551. So mandatory talaga yon from 1998 to 2003, dahil yun ang 5 years. Pero after that, pag napunan na yung lahat ng mga stations, nalagyan na ng women's desk, so bali naging optional na yon, in need basis na ang pagre-recruit ng mga babae. So kaya may mga instances, 'di ba, na recruitment pero wala silang nire-recruit na babae. So yun ang sinasabi natin na in need basis. As long as yung ma-achieve na yung kinakailangan na babae sa bawat station. Siyempre, tuloy-tuloy na rin naman yan kasi yung mga babae na yun, mga na-recruit, magre-retire din naman ang iba doon So ano pa? Establishment of equal opportunities for women in the PNP, the prevention of sexual harassment in the workplace, and the prohibition of discrimination on the basis of gender or sexual orientation. Hindi po pwede yung hindi mo ipopromote, hindi mo iti-train, ilalagay sa training kasi nga bakla or whatever. Hindi ganon. And of course, administrative liability to any personnel who shall violate the established rules and engagement, rules and regulations regarding gender sensitivity and gender equality. So, ayan guys, ang gender sensitivity program sa PNP. Relationship of the DILG with the DND in counter-insurgency functions. Nung araw guys, yung arrangement natin under Republic Act 6975, ang arrangement nung araw is internal security, PNP will take charge. External security, the Armed Forces of the Philippines shall take charge. Ngayon, insofar as counterinsurgency is concerned, it is treated as internal security. Therefore, the one who operates against insurgency or insurgents was the PNP then. Until such time that Republic Act 6975 was revised, supplemented by Republic Act 8551, in which the counterinsurgency was reverted back to the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Binalik. So dati-rati kasi yung lumalaban sa mga manliligalig, sa mga manliligalig or doon sa mga civil disturbance. at saka sa insurgent, sa mga rebelde, ay mga PNP. Bali, wala nang ginawa ang AFP dati, kundi mag-prepare sa mga external threat. Lalo-lalo pa at that time, meron tayong AFP Modernization Law. Minomodernize natin ang AFP para maging capable to fight against external threat. Wala naman, binulsa lang ni Ramos yung pera. Walang nangyari, binenta yung mga properties sa Taguig. Hindi naman na-modernize, lalo pang na-deteriorate ang ating armed forces of the Philippines. So, later on guys, napansin na lumalakas yung mga insurgents. So, ang ginawa nila, inamend yung provision related to insurgency, yung insurgency na ay tinransfer na ulit sa Armed Forces of the Philippines. So, tinransfer na sa Armed Forces of the Philippines. And then yung tawag dito, tinransfer sa Armed Forces of the Philippines. Ang natira na lang sa PNP is information gathering or intelligence na lang ang natitira in the campaign against insurgents. Okay? In the campaign against insurgents. So, inalis sa armed forces or sa PNP, tapos binalik sa AFP. Question is, what is the role now of the PNP against insurgents? So, sa na lang, information gathering na lang in the performance of its ordinary police functions. So, supporting role na lang ang gagawin ng PNP sa AFP in terms of fighting against insurgents. However, may nakareserba. Ano yung nakareserba? That the President may call upon the PNP to support the AFP in combat operation. Yun ngayon ang natitira. The PNP is bound to respond or to fight in counterinsurgency if called by the President to help or to support the AFP in counterinsurgency. So, gano'n na. So, ano na lang, ang natitira na lang sa kanila is support na lang sila through intelligence gathering sa AFP with respect to counterinsurgency. Kaya nga lang, it does not totally absolve them. Okay? Hindi total na wala na silang function sa combat. Kasi anytime guys that they will be called by the President to fight or to support the AFP in combat operation, wala silang magagawa. They have to follow it. So, kaya hindi pa rin sila ligtas. Kaya ang mga pulis ngayon, meron pa rin silang counterinsurgency na training sa bundok, kasi just in case na tinawag sila ng president para tulungan ang AFP, they will be constrained to help the AFP guys in combat operation. So, participation of local government executives in the administration of the PNP. Ano ba ang participation ng mga mayor sa pagpapatakbo ng PNP na naka-assign sa kanilang area of responsibility? Generally guys, ang mga mayors at governors are deputized representatives of the NAPOLCOM in the respective territorial jurisdiction. Sila guys ang pinaka-representative ng NAPOLCOM. So specifically, ito ang kanilang functions. Sa governor, meron silang power na pumili ng provincial director from the three recommendees from the regional director. Okay, ganun ang ano niya, ang pagpili. Halimbawa, vacant ang office ng provincial director. Walang police provincial director. So paano pinipili ang provincial director or yung head ng police sa province? So magre-recommend yung regional director ng tatlong qualified policemen or police officer sa governor. Doon sa tatlo na yon, pipili yung governor ng isa para maging provincial director. So that is how the provincial director of provincial police office is selected. So, in regard to the chief of police sa city or municipality, chief of police, so the provincial director shall recommend at least 5, okay? 5 eligibles to the mayor. So, yung provincial director magbibigay ng 5 names doon sa mayor. Siyempre, mamimili doon yung mayor. Sino ba dito ang kakilala ko? Tatanong siya. Titingnan niya yung resume. Titingnan niya yung CV or curriculum vitae ng 5 na yon. Out of this 5, mamimili siya. Siyempre, pipiliin niya yung taga-lugar niya, kalugar niya. Problema, kung kagalit niya yung kalugar niya, hindi niya yun pipiliin. So, yun guys, yun ang power ang noted power ng mayor sa pagpili ng chief of police. So, isa pa guys na power ng mayor insofar as the campaign against anti-gambling operations is concerned. So, ang mayor pa rin ang may hawak. So, the police cannot act against gambling without the direct order from the mayor. So, okay, as automatic deputized representative of the NAPOLCOM, the local chief executive can inspect police forces and units, conduct audit, and exercise other functions as may be duly authorized by the NAPOLCOM. This is the result of being the representative of NAPOLCOM in their area of jurisdiction. So maalala ninyo, dalawang opisyal dalawang mayor ang tinanggalan ni President Duterte ng power over the police. Si Mayor Osmeña ng Cebu, 'di ba? Inalis sa kanya yung power to control the police. Sino pa? Yung inisnipe yung mayor ng Tanawan dahil allegedly involved sa drug trafficking, protector ng drugs. Question, can the president withdraw such power of the local chief executive over the PNP? The answer is yes. On what grounds? On the following grounds. First, frequent unauthorized absences. Pag madalas absent ang mayor, so pwedeng i-withdraw, pwedeng tanggalin ng presidente yung power ng mayor over the PNP. Ano pa? Abuse of authority. Ina-abuse niya ang authority niya. Ginagamit niya indiscriminately ang PNP sa sarili niyang agenda, sa sarili niyang interest. So pwedeng bawiin niya ng president. Ano pa? Providing material support to criminal elements or engaging in acts inimical to national security or which negate the effectiveness of the peace and order campaign. Ayan. So, may mga action siya na negate yung peace and order campaign or kaya yung mayor is sinusuportahan yung mga criminal elements. O, tatanggalan siya ng presidente ng power in supervision and control of the operational control of the PNP assigned in his area of responsibility. So, let us now proceed, guys, to police personnel management. What is personnel management? So, kanina we talk about administration and management. So, eto na, sabi natin ang minamanage sa police ng isang superior is tatlo, di ba? Minamanage niya yung tatlong M. Management of person, men, okay? We refer to the personnel management. Machinery, logistics management naman iyon. And yung sinasabi nating money, pag money naman, fiscal management naman yon, tawag doon. So, management function that concerns with promoting and enhancing, the development of work effectiveness and advancement of human resources in the organization through proper planning, organizing, directing, coordinating, and controlling activities related to procurement, development, motivation, and compensation of employees to achieve organizational goals. Yan ang ginagawa sa personnel management. Pag-recruit, pag-train, pag-inspire, at pag-sweldo sa mga police officers. So, ano ba yung functions ng personnel management with respect to law enforcement? Una, personnel planning. So, yung personnel guys ang nagpaplano sa pag-analyze ng organization's human resources needs. Ilang pulis ba ang kailangan? So, laging basihan dyan guys ay ang authorized strength na 1:100, 1:1,000 na minimum and 1:500 na average. So, at saka kung saan siyempre i-recruit, kung saan siyempre i-deploy. At makikita rin ninyo na ang DPRM, yung Directorate for Personnel and Records Management din, ang nagdidetermine kung anong mga skills ang kailangan pa na rekrutin. Halimbawa, kailangan ng doktor, kailangan ng pari, kailangan ng criminologist, kailangan ng nurses, kailangan ng lawyers. Yon. It is the DPRM, the Directorate for Personnel and Records Management. Another one is personnel recruitment and selection. You must see Republic Act 7041. What is that? Yung Republic Act 7041, guys, this is the law that requires the government organization, the government agencies to publish vacant positions in their respective offices. Kaya sa ngayon, kapag may bakante, ang ginagawa ng PNP ay ina-announce or pinapublish nila. Kasi nire-require dyan. Pinapublish na merong bakante na kailangan lang mag-recruit ng 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 ng mga policemen nationwide. So that is mandated by Republic Act 7041. And then appointment, placement and assignment, performance appraisal, sweldo, compensation and welfare benefits, career employee development, discipline, and separation from the service. So pinag-usapan na natin yung discipline a while ago. So ano ba itong job descriptions at saka yung job specifications? Anong pagkakaiba nito? Pag sinabi natin guys na job description, it refers to the abstract of information derived from the job analysis report describing the duties performed, the skills, training, and experience required, as well as the responsibilities involved, the conditions under the job is done, and the relation of the job to the other jobs in the organization. While job specification, the statement of the qualification and traits of the worker so that he may perform the job properly. It specifies the type of employee which the job calls for in terms of skills, experience, training, and other special qualifications. So yun ang pagkakaiba. Halimbawa guys, pag sinabi nating job description, halimbawa, ano ba ang trabaho ng patrol officer na naka-assign sa foot patrol? Okay. Doon nakalagay guys kung ano yung mga tasks that he will perform. Yun ang tinatawag natin na job descriptions. The tasks that a personnel do who whenever he is assigned in a specific position. Halimbawa, investigator assigned in the crimes against person, division, or section. So ano yung mga specific duties niya? Yung mga specific tasks niya. Yun ang tinatawag natin na job description. Pag sinabing job specification, ito naman yung statement kung ano ba ang qualification ng isang tao bago siya magiging investigator. O ano ba ang qualification ng isang investigator? Siyempre, basically, okay, the police officer must be at the rank of must be in the rank of police corporal. Pero ang talagang nasa batas is dapat pag investigator ka, at least police staff sergeant. PO3, dapat staff sergeant. Pangalawa, ano pa? Nag-undergo sa CRIDEC or criminal schooling sa criminal investigation and detection course. Yun, yung CRIDEC. Yan. Dapat is trained na gumawa ng police report. Ayan. Yun yung mga tinatawag natin na job specification. Yung training, yung experience, yung skills na mag-fit doon. Okay. So, yun ang pagkakaiba ng job description sa job specification. Acquiring competent and qualified personnel. We talk about the concept of recruitment, selection, at saka appointment. So pag sinabi nating recruitment, the process of attracting candidates who have the maximum qualification to be eligible for selection procedure. Selection, process of screening out, eliminating undesirable applicants that do not meet the organization selection, and appointment, selection by the authority vested with power of an individual who is to exercise the functions of a given office. Nung araw, pag nag-apply ka sa PNP, it doesn't matter whether you graduated magna cum laude, whether you are graduated summa cum laude, magna cum laude, or cum laude. It doesn't matter. Mag-top ka sa board examination, wala silang pakialam dyan. Pareho lang kayo ng gumraduate na puro 75. Pareho lang kayo. Pareho lang kayo ng gumraduate na 75 din ang nakuha sa board examination. Ganun nung araw. Ngayon, hindi na ganun. Kasi ngayon, meron na sinusunod na ng PNP yung tinatawag na merit and fitness. Merit and fitness. Okay. Ibig sabihin, pataasan kayo. May quota sila na 500. Sa may quota sila na 500, magano kayo? Initial na qualification, mag-submit kayo ng papel. Okay. Pag nag-submit kayo ng documents, meron pa yang silang pag ikaw ay halimbawa graduate ng cum laude. Dito sa merit and fitness, pag gumraduate ka ng cum laude, pag cum laude ka, may plus 10 ka na agad. Pag gumraduate ka ng magna cum laude, meron ka na agad plus 15. Pag gumraduate ka ng summa cum laude, meron ka na agad plus 20 doon sa point system. Pataasan kayo ng points. Merit and fitness, guys. Okay, ilang eligibility mo? 2, 3, bawat eligibility meron yang corresponding points. Yan ngayon. Kaya kung ikaw ay walang kabigat-bigat ng qualification mo, may kita mo yung sarili mo sa dulo. Kung 1,500 kayo na applicant, tapos 500 lang, may kita mo yung sarili mo doon sa number pang 1,500 ka. So, ganun guys ang sistema na ngayon. Merit and fitness. Ano ba ang qualification for joining with the police organization, particularly in the PNP? First, he must be a citizen, or the applicant should be a citizen of the Philippines. How can they prove this? Through your birth certificate. So, nire-required kayo na mag-submit ng birth certificate. Maraming purpose ang birth certificate. Other than determining your age there, kung qualified ka based on your age, and determining your citizenship. Paano nila titingnan? Titingnan nila yung citizenship ng magulang mo. If the citizenship of your father, mother, ano ba? Is your father a Filipino citizen? Is your mother Filipino citizen? Filipino citizen ka nga, yung dito ka nga isinilang sa Pilipinas, pero tiningnan naman yung tatay, nanay mo parehong Chinese. You are not a citizen of the Philippines. You're a Chinese citizen. You are not qualified. Ano pa? A person of good moral conduct. Ano ba itong person of good moral conduct? How they would determine this? Through your clearances. Through your clearances. Barangay clearance, prosecutor's clearance, police clearance, NBI clearance, DI clearance. Okay, paano pa nila malalaman yung good moral character mo? Through BI, through background investigation. At mind you guys, reminder ko lang sa inyo, kasama na sa reference ngayon sa background investigation yung Facebook. Yung Facebook account niyo. Kaya kayo, be careful in posting, in your post. Fourth year na kayo guys, sa fourth year na kayo, medyo ayus-ayusin nyo na yung mga pinopost ninyo sa inyong Facebook. Kasi kasama na yan sa reference sa pagkakandak ng background investigation. Another is, must have passed psychiatric or psychological or drug test to be administered by the PNP or by NAPOLCOM accredited government hospital for purpose of determining physical and mental health. Must possess a formal baccalaureate degree from a recognized institution of learning. Kanina, siyempre, isa-subject kayo sa physical test, okay? Isa-subject kayo sa psychiatric test, sa psychological test. Dito naman, sa pang-apat, you will be submitting your TOR, transcript of records, as well as your diploma. Wala. So, ano pa? Must be eligible in accordance with the standards set by the commission. Ano bang eligibility? Siyempre, yung police entrance examination administered by the NAPOLCOM. Ano pa? The Civil Service Commission, the board examinations, and in our case, yung Republic Act 11131, the board examination for criminologists. Okay, so the BLEC, the board licensure examination for criminologists pursuant to Republic Act 11131. Ano pa? Must not have been dishonorably discharged from military employment or dismissed for cause from any civilian position in the government. Must not have been convicted by final judgment of an offense or crime involving moral turpitude. Sir, what if kung pending ang kaso? Ay, hindi pa. Sasabihin sa'yo, antayin mo muna na matapos ang kaso mo. Yan. Kinakailangan yung tapos na ang kaso. So, height. Okay. Sa height naman, guys, male 1.62 or 5'4", female 1.57. As we said, amended na ito ng Republic Act 111549. Ang problema, guys, ang PNP, ayaw pa nilang i-consider to dahil wala pa daw IRR. Alam mo naman, masyadong yung PNP, guys, eh. Masyadong pa-special ang PNP. Ang hirap kausapin ng mga tao dyan. Sa Republic Act 11131 na lang eh. Okay, sa lateral entry. Imaginein mo guys Imaginein mo. Ako part ako ng PRC. Imaginein mo yan yung military na hindi naman karamihan ng mga criminologists sa military. Alam mo, ang Armed Forces of the Philippines guys, ang tumawag sa PRC. Alam mo ang sabi ng Armed Forces of the Philippines, since there is a law, Republic Act 11131, may we work with you in order to clarify how this law will be implemented in the AFP. Imaginein mo yan. Sila ang lumapit guys sa PRC para pag-usapan kung papaanong mai-implement ang batas sa pag-accommodate ng mga registered criminologists sa AFP. AFP pang lumapit, guys. Okay. Ganon ka-professional, guys, ang AFP. Samantalang itong PNP, nandiyan na ang batas, alam na nila, pero ayaw pa nilang i-implement. Siyempre, nauna na mag-implement ang Bureau of Fire Protection. Masyadong hindi mo maintindihan guys. Napaka na itong PNP. Okay. Ayan. 9. Wait. not more or less than 5 kilograms. Kaya pag obserbahan nyo, yung BMI nyo, yung body mass index nyo, 4 na kayo. So, i-maintain ninyo. Nasa Google naman yan kung ano yung body mass index. Dapat proportionate body mass index refers to the proportion of your weight to your height, to your age, and to your sex. O, halimbawa, kung ikaw ay lalaki, 24 years old, okay, anong height mo? Halimbawa, ang height mo is 1.62 meters or 5'4". Ano ba dapat ang weight? Okay, dapat hindi ka daw lumampas. Dapat daw 50 to 55 kilos. Yun ang BMI mo, body mass index mo. Age, 21 to 30 years old. Pero tandaan mo, pwedeng ma-waive dito yung age, pwedeng ma-waive ang weight, at pwedeng ma-waive ang height. So, age, height, at saka yung weight. Okay, syempre sa age, dapat hindi bata sa 19 at hindi tatanda sa 35. Kasi kung 36 years old na, disqualified na yon, hanggang 35 lang. Otherwise, kung waivable yan, only, edi mag-recruit na lang sila ng senior citizen. Okay. So, yun guys, yun ang... Now, recruitment and selection procedures. Paano ba nangyayari guys yung pagre-recruit? Ano ba ang proseso sa pag-recruit ng mga police officers? Tandaan nyo guys, nag-focus tayo sa PNP dahil sa AFP, sa Bureau of Fire Protection, sa Coast Guard, at sa ibang mga law enforcement agencies, similar din, pareho din. Ang pagkakaiba lang sa ibang organization, mas madali. Mas madali on the sense na masyado silang masistema. Halimbawa, sa NBI, pag nag-recruit ang NBI guys, hindi mo kinakailangang araw-araw magpunta sa kanila. Halimbawa, dito sa PNP, preparation and proper approval of quota allocation. Diyan magsisimula yan eh. So, dalawang klase ng quota. First is yung regular quota at saka yung second, yung attrition quota. Pag sinabi natin na regular quota, ito yung recruitment in order to comply the requirements of the law that there must have one policeman for every 500 citizen or for every 1,000 population. So, maraming population, kailangan ng police para maging proportionate. So, sabihin nila, kailangan natin ng police na 10,000. Okay. Nationwide. Kailangan natin ng police ng 15,000 nationwide. Ang tawag doon is regular quota. Pag sinabi natin na attrition quota, this refers to the quota that the law enforcement officers or the law enforcement agencies need in order to fill in the attrited personnel. Okay. So halimbawa, yung may mga pulis sa organization kasi may nag-retire, may na dismiss, okay? May nag-resign, may na-disabled. So, sa ganong case, nababakante. Kung matataas ang ranko ng mga yon, siyempre, aakyat yung mga, yung tinatawag nito lang attrition promotion. Promotion by attrition. May na-attrite, if i-fill in yung na bakante, magpo-promote. Pag na-promote, anong maiwanan? Ang maiwanan, yung sa baba, bakante. So doon sila magre-recruit ng patrolman. Sinong nagpiprepare? Ang nagpiprepare ay yung DPRM, Directorate for Personnel and Records Management. Isasubmit nila, sabihin nila, kailangan natin ng 1,000 na policeman, kailangan natin ng 500 na bagong patrolman sa NCR. So, isasubmit nila yun sa NAPOLCOM. Pag kinonfirm na ng NAPOLCOM, magpo-posting na. Ipapublish na nila yon in compliance with Republic Act 7041. Pag na-post na or na-publish na, so, tatanggap na sila ng folder. So, magsasubmit ng 7 folders, authenticated yung mga documents, mga clearances, sasubmit yon sa DPRM. Tapos i-evaluate nila. Pagkatapos nilang ma-evaluate, yung mga qualified ngayon, isa subject sa psychological or psychiatric test. Okay. So, isa subject nila sa psychiatric test. So, 150 ang kanilang quota or ang ipapasa nila. 150%. So, pataasan yun guys, pataasan yun. Kaya wag niyong sabihin na kapag hindi pumasa sa quota, neurotic na. Hindi pumasa sa neurotic na. Hindi ganon. Kasi pataasan yun ng IQ eh. Pataasan yun. Halimbawa, 500 ang quota. Since na 500, nag-take kayo ng neuro is 1,000. So, ang kukunin lang nila doon is yung first 750 dahil 150% eh. So, first 750. Yung yung 50%, yun ngayon ang reserve. Para kapag bumagsak sa ibang bumagsak halimbawa sa physical, medical at saka dental yung iba, i-fill in ng ibang mga pumasa sa neuro. So, ayan, nag-neuro, out of 500 na quota, so 150%, so ipapasa nila yung 750. And then, yon written at saka oral yun written at saka oral. Either recommended or not recommended, no retake for 6 months. Okay, yung mga ni-recommend, magpi-physical at saka medical at saka dental examination. And then after that, agility, mag-agility test sila. Okay, nandiyan yung pull-up, nandiyan yung push-ups, nandiyan yung takbo, yung 100-meter dash, yung 1,000-meter run. Okay. Pagkatapos niyan, magkakandak kayo ng drug test at saka complete BI. Pagkatapos ng drug test at saka complete BI, essay writing, final interview. Dito ako na-engage sa final interview. Kasi nasa board ako sa maritime group, guys, sa maritime group ng PNP. So kasama ako diyan sa nagpa-final interview. So kasama ako sa board ng nag-i-interview doon sa mga nasa maritime group. After that, deliberation. Kung sino. Doon sa deliberation, pinipili namin yan, pinag-uusapan namin. So, kung minsan, sa dami, halimbawa, kailangan ng 500. Kailangan ng 500 is, ang qualified na umabot sa interview is, guys? Yan ang mahirap. Umabot ng 600 qualified. So, 500 lang ang kailangan. So, itatanggalin mo yung 100. Doon nagkakahirap ng pilian. Minsan, pag pinipili namin, ako tinitingnan ko, pananamit, mukha, tindig, yan ang mga tinitingnan ko eh. Pare-pareho eh. Magaling sumagot. Pagkatapos attentive. So, saan mo titingnan? Tingnan mo na lang sa mukha. Tingnan mo na lang sa tindig. Tingnan mo na lang sa pananamit. Kaya kayo, pag nag-final interview kayo, tingnan nyo na matikas talaga kayo. Pag tinanong kayo, diretso sa mata na sumagot. Hindi yung pahiya-hiya kasi nilalagyan ng puntos yun. Ako sabi ko, pag tumitingin ako sa final interview, doon ako tumitingin. Okay. Tinitingnan ko, pag diretso tumingin, pag kinakausap, may confidence ito. Tinitingnan ko mula pa hanggang ulo. Kung nagmamatch ba yung kanyang sapato sa kanyang belt. Okay. Yung ayos ng damit, yung pagkatakin ng damit. Kasi guys, final interview, naka-formal na kayo yan eh. Formal clothes na kayo kung marunong kayo magdala ng damit. So, tinitingnan na natin yan. And then, resolution of appointment, issuance of appointment. And then, pagkatapos na, sabi ko nga kanina, sino ba ang may power na mag-appoint? Depende. So, mamaya, i-discuss natin yan. And then, oath-taking. Pagkatapos ng oath-taking, certification by NAPOLCOM, within 30 days, kinakailangan yung appointment makarating ng civil service. Pagdating sa civil service, ibabalik ng civil service. Pagbalik sa unit ninyo, issuance of order in designation of account numbers. Maganda-ganda na yon, malapit-lapit na sa katotohanan yon. And then, assignment of badge number, bibigyan na kayo ng badge number, dadagdag na kayo sa roster ng PNP, and then, idadagdag na kayo sa Alpha list. Ano ba yung addition, ano ba yung PNP Alpha list? ito yung listahan ng mga taxpayers. So in short, ano na, taxpayer ka na. Okay, in short, taxpayer ka na. You will be proud of na. May pagmamalaki na. Hey, may ano na. Proud na ako na legit na ako na citizen ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Okay, nakakatulong na ako sa operation ng gobyerno. Alam nyo, something na ipagmamalaki yan guys na kayo ay nakakatulong sa operation ng government. By means of what? Through the taxes that you paid. So, sabihin nyo, hindi ko pa nga natatanggap yung sweldo, nakaabang na yung BIR. Yan ang alpha list. Issuance of identification cards and payment of salary to payroll. So, ibig sabihin, matatanggap nyo na yung first salary nyo. Payroll, cash mo na yan ha. Cash mo na yan. Cash mo na yan. Yung first salary nyo, cash. And then later on, sa ano na yan? Sa ano na later? ATM na. So, yan guys ang mga test ha. You have to look on it. So, pag na-notice nyo guys, yan yung mga sequence ng examination during selection and appointment. So, you notice kung anong mga tinitingnan. Sa preliminary interview, psychiatric or psychological test, and then the complete physical, medical, and dental examination. Tingnan nyo yung tinitingnan, no? General appearance, okay? Pag sinabing general appearance, siyempre yung mukha ninyo, yung tindig ninyo,